6. Command Toga, SRS runway, auto thrust is blue. 80 knots, thrust set. 5500. Reverse. Rotate.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. Welcome into Long Haul Saturday, folks. We are back in Princess Juliana. We are back at Princess Juliana in the Felis 747-200, the GOAT of Xplane add-ons, full stop. Best airplane in Xplane. If you don't have it and you fly Xplane, you're missing out. In love with this airplane. I'm loving what Xplane is doing with the updates. This is the latest beta version. As you can see, we still have puddles everywhere, but nevertheless, it should be a pretty nice flight this afternoon. So welcome in AJ Eastern, T3 Highballer, Fireflyer, Lucas Bunction, Mr. Saturday at Tools here, Harris, JP's in the house, Zippy Zapples along for the ride today as well. Good to see you here, Zippy. Many more. We are flying from Tenerife to, from St. Martin to Tenerife. North is the planned runway of arrival. Got a little scenery over there. Let's watch this Caribbean 737 takeoff. We have a very busy ramp here. Ooh, look at that KLM cargo 74. We got KLMs everywhere. We got KLM there. We got A300 here. We got Caribbean there. We got a Delta right there. We got China. Walker Air. We've got a FedEx. Looks like there's an Iberia over there. I mean, it is a full loaded ramp today here at St. Martin. So welcome all. Thank you for joining the flight. It should be a fun one. We got 5 hours en route today, all the way up to Tenerife North. We're going to be doing a green dot aviation breakdown right about the equitime point, maybe a little bit prior to equitime. That'll carry us into our descent and arrival planning. After departure, we level off a cruise out. I am going to go do a little lunch date with the Mrs. V1, so we'll get up, we'll stretch our legs. You know, I highly recommend you don't sit for 6-7 hours straight. You should walk around. I'm going to go grab lunch. Probably take about maybe an hour break, maybe not quite a full hour, but probably let's just call it an hour for simple math purposes. That'll get us started, and then when I come back from the break, we will dive into the green dot, and that'll carry us all the way. So thank you all. It's going to be an exciting one. JP dropping the 5 gifted memberships. JP, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to the channel. Very, very kind. If you pick one up from JP, shout him out and say a thank you. Very, very kind. Lucas Functions in the house. What's up? Thanks for the 5. Hey, Ice Man. Sorry I couldn't make the last stream. Was picking up my new bike. I'll post it on Discord. Hey, man, that's awesome. Congrats. Be careful. Don't lose your medical. And that's awesome, man. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Zippy, you're not a Walker, you're a KLM. I don't know why it showed you as a Walker Air Transport, but what are you flying, Zippy? What airplane is it? All right. I love the Canary Islands. Been several times. Fantastic winter break location. Terry, I've never been to the Canary Islands. I would love to go and put it on the bucket list, but I'm just I'm kind of liking these once a week long hauls. This is going to be I think this is the longest one we've done in the Felis so far. So we're starting to stretch its legs. We're getting more and more comfortable. Ironically, this one only has about 10 waypoints, so we only have to do the SIVA thing one time. We will also we're not even going to have any DME updating on this one, so hopefully we are within, 10-15 miles of the destination when we get there, because there's no DME updating along this route of flight. So we're going to try to be as accurate as we can with the triple mix, and it should be good enough to get us there for a 5-hour flight or so. Baby Blue KLM 789, that's you, Zippy. All right, right on. Well, here she is, chat, in all her glory. Let's not waste any time. This setup is going to take about, probably 30 minutes to get this airplane set up. I cannot stand the wet runway. Where's thrust set at? AJ explained to shut off a wet pavement, but the only way to do that is to turn off real weather, and I don't want to turn off real weather. The wet surfaces are what gives you the ants, like on the engines and stuff. If you go to just dry, it actually looks pretty dang good. So Austin, Xplane, whoever y'all are, you need to give us an option to kill this runway surfaces with real weather, because it's really killing I don't know, the immersion for at least me, and I would wager to say other people would agree. I mean, yes, ramps get wet, but there's no precip right now. We shouldn't have standing water. We shouldn't have pooling water. Most runways are grooved, and if they're not grooved, they're designed to drain water off. They kind of got that, what is it, not concave, the opposite, convex slope to them, so water doesn't pool on them. Same with the taxiways. Way overdone. The puddles are killing the progress that the update has made, because the atmospherics, chat, if we just look out there into the atmosphere, it actually looks pretty dang good. AJ, I've tried that. Every time I turn real weather back on, it puts the wet surfaces back on. So I'm not sure if there's another way to change it. But Thomas Ray, what's up? Says, just check VATSIM radar. There's a 74200. Should be landing in about an hour. Right on, Thomas Ray. Very cool. Very cool. Hopefully we'll be out here, get out of his way. Kaharish, thank you for the $6.99 Canadian, man. Awesome to see the KLM 7.4. Thanks for the long haul stream. Happy Easter too. Hey, happy Easter, man. Yes, it's Easter tomorrow. Well, it's already Easter for some of y'all. But thank you so much, Harris, for the 6 Canadian super chat, man. Very, very kind. Appreciate that. And let's not waste any more chat. Let's not waste any more time, chat. We need to get going here. Look at all these KLMs. So I just love this ramp. So every time we get to do this flight, there's just a different, and I say it, and I'll say it again, there's a different vibe. Like just setting up for this flight, getting the weather, getting all my charts dialed in. This is how I feel a long-haul flight should set up. You should spend a good amount of time getting the setup proper before you go cruise for 5, 6, 7, 8 plus hours, right? So that's why I think I'm really drawn to this airplane, because yes, the 777 is a great airplane from PMDG, 350 is a great airplane, but I mean the setup is so simple, and that's not a knock on any of the devs. It's just that's the nature of the airplane, right? Modern aviation, 2 crew. You can set up a 777 in probably 7, 8, 9 minutes, 10 minutes max. Same with the 350, right? This puppy, though, is a different animal, and I am so drawn to the way this aircraft works. So we are on the latest update, too. I did receive a small update. Thrust set in the house. There you are, my man. I was going to ask you a question. Can you turn off the wet runways with real weather? Because AJ said go to weather, go to manual weather, turn runway surfaces to dry, then go back to real weather. Every time I do that, as soon as I come back to real weather, it reloads to the wet runway surface. But I didn't see an option in the regular graphics settings. I was really hoping there was an option in regular graphics settings to just shut off the puddles. Because, I mean, look, the puddles is what's causing all of this. Like the ants and everything, that's a puddle. Without puddles, you don't see any ants out there. It has something to do with the reflections and the aliasing with the water. But we'll just leave it as is. And I'm going to go heads down here for the next... probably 5-7 minutes as we get our initial setup in the book. So follow along with me as we bring the giant beast to life. So we'll go ahead and get the battery switch on. Sounds are up. I do have ground power connected. We'll go ahead and close all those breakers right there. Dry runways thing is to deal with puddles when there is no rain. The dry runway things is to deal with the puddles when there is no rain. So... like I'm going to show you, and this is going to disconnect my yoke, so I have to remember to do that. So I'll come back here, I'll click on the aircraft, I'll go customize, and then see it says standing water. There should be no standing water. There's no rain right now. So I'll go manual enter, standing water dry, okay, done, apply changes. See, looks much better, but now I want real weather, though. So I come back here, customize, real weather, done. No, there hasn't been any rain. There's been no rain, man. And even if there was a little bit of rain, you're not going to soak the entire ramp and have puddles everywhere. See the difference? So, gross. Got to fix that. It's got to be the #1 update fix. At least give us an option. Give us an option to keep those off with real weather. Eliminate all the wet runway surfaces with real weather on. Allow us to do that. All right. Back to the setup, though. Here we go. Lot to do. So I'm going to go ahead and start on the overhead. That's kind of, we'll stick there. We're going to go standby, align. Actually, before, I'm already mixed up. We got to get the standby power on. Standby power to normal. That's going to come on to normal. Let's go ahead and continue from the overhead. That's all in the align phase. Flight starts are closed. Test, disarm. That's off. Body gear steering is off. All these lights are off. We'll go ahead and get some lighting conditions full bright now. We will be flying off into the sunset. So thrust set says what you did used to work. I guess they broke it. Yeah, unfortunately. Dang it. That's a bummer. We'll get the nav and logo lights on. I'm going to go full dome here on the overhead light as well. PA seatbelt sign, emergency exit lights are armed. This is all looking in the proper conditions. Alternate flaps. We're going to come back to this panel later. Everything probe heaters, window seats, nacelle, radio masters 1 and 2, test to stall warning, Mach airspeed warning test, over rotation test, nacelle anti-ice is off, other anti-ice switches are off. Beautiful. We'll continue to come down to the panel here. I'm going to do a instrument warning test. That looks good. We'll come down here. We'll do the ground props.
Pull up.
All right, that looks good. We'll reset. Everything looks good on this panel. We got to get our alignment set. Coming down here, center forward panel. We'll do this. We'll also come over here. We'll turn up all panel lights and map lights as well. So that looks good. All right. Making our way through the panel here. Window heats, we're going to leave them off for right now, just for right now. I'll probably forget, but we're going to come back down here, galley. We're going to do galley power, bus 1 and bus 2 for right now. Galley chillers are off. These are all tripped and closed. Is there a fluorescent light on this panel? Here we go. Panel, background. Yes, here we go. Get them all juiced up here. All the lights are juiced up. Fuel totalizer, gross weight. We're going to come back to all that after we do some loading. We're going to get the vent fans on. We'll turn on the recirculation fans. So I'm going to leave the gaspers off for right now. We got no bleed air pressure. While I'm looking at it, we did file 34, I think, or 30. What was our final filed altitude? We had a step climb. We got a couple step climbs in here. Our initial is 33. We'll set 33. I don't know if we'll be able to get there. We'll have to verify with our weights. I'm going to modify our weights so I can get maximum takeoff weight for this departure because we don't want to be super heavy. It's more fun that way. Everything looks good. Boost pumps are all off. Scavenge pumps are all off. Aft cargo heat will put you into the normal position. That looks good. Coming through here. Squib test. I'm going to skip all the fire tests for right now. That's looking good. Body gear steering is bumped. Those are clear. Look. Fuel jettison panel. They are all switches are closed and off. That looks good for right now. Okay, so with that done, let's begin the initialization process of our INS system. Now, I did say I was going to use the LTN nav today, chat, but I unfortunately I ran out of time on trying to learn that unit. So I didn't want to do a half-pooped presentation with the LTN. So I'm going to do some more work on the LTN nav, and then I will get back to you on the flight with that. Maybe our next one. Maybe the next one. All right. So I'm actually curious. I was going to do that, but do we have a position from St. Martin airport charts, stands, and coordinates? Yes, they do. So we are Alpha 3. So let's go ahead and load in our position. So we're going to be located, pause, Alpha 3. Is this the right? 1802.6. North, I already screwed it up. North, 1802.6. Insert west, 6306. 6306.8. Insert. All right, that is our pause. Now we got to do this for all of them. So located north, 18026 west, 6306.8. Oh my gosh. North. This is going to be a rough one, chat. 1802.6, insert west, 6306.8, insert. All right, 1, 2, and then we're going to go 3. We only have, like I said, only about 9 waypoints, so we only got to program everything one time, but we got to make sure we do it right because we're going out over the water. There's no chance for DME updating. So we want to make sure we are on course as much as possible. 1802.6, insert west, 6306.8, insert. Beautiful. So that all looks good. Let's go ahead and throw you into a line. Well, they should start aligning right now. We're going to wait till they go to nav, right? So they're all on a line. So if we come back up here, we're going to go waypoint desired track status. Waypoint 1. I'm going to bring you to desired track status. Waypoint 1. That's checking out. And desired track status. Waypoint 1. Okay, so we are closer to the equator. That's aligning very fast. Look at that. It's already aligned. Nav 1 is ready. Is that correct? Wow. Very cool. I'm going to... should I wait for the other two to catch up? I actually don't know the procedure. If one's aligned before the other two, maybe I should wait for all three to start nav. All right. Well, while we let that align anyway, I think I'm gonna wait for all three to align. Let's go ahead and start some payload situation. So let's see. Ground, load calculator, payload. So we are going to fill the airplane up. I miss this bird. Great airplane to fly. It is, man. It is. This is the best airplane in Xplane, in my opinion. It's just got it. It's just a different level, man. Just a different level of fun, of everything. Now, SimBrief said 330. We're going to take full 388 passengers. If I look at our charts, let's go back here to this situation. Our fuel plan is That's not on there, so we're gonna wait for the fuel. Cargo to load. Fuel away, landing away. Where was our payload? Is it not on this one? Pretty sure it was almost max. So let me look at my payload. Payload 135, cargo of 63. So let's just call it 190. Let's see. How much can we take? Let's just see how much we can take. Zero fuel estimate was 526. So that would be right there. Block weight 712. But we gotta do the fuel. Well, hopefully this will save if I come back here, right? Let's go to refuel. Fuel on board 185. Block fuel required is 211. So we need 211 plus some extra. Let's take an extra 10. Let's take an extra 20. Extra 20,000 pounds? No, let's take 211. Let's take 220. That's like 9,000 pounds, right? A little extra 9,000. 22. Let's take 23,000. 23,000 pounds extra, or 230,000 pounds. Bigger numbers here. We're a heavy jet. Bigger numbers here. 230,000 pounds of fuel. All right. We'll call tanker to reach total amount. Okay. We'll begin doing that. And then we'll come back to the payload and block weight 712 with a zero fuel 527. That's pretty dang close right there. So that is pretty dang close to what I wanted to do. Our maximum takeoff weight structural is 812,000, but I think that's going to be runway limited here with that right turn. So we're going to leave it as is. That's an estimated a little bit of a buffer in there. Let's make it exciting. Let's do that, 724. All right, so we are going to begin boarding and begin loading all passengers and cargo right now. While that is happening, let's take a look. How's our INSs? We are 05, 05, 05. We are all aligned. So we're going to go align nav, align nav, align nav. Wonderful. Now that we are all in alignment, let's go ahead and fire up the APU so we can get some air on here. Even though we have, actually, let's hang tight on the APU. We don't need the APU because it's pretty cool. I love seeing this. I wish they could bring it from the jet bridge. I bet if I had an add-on, they could. Double air hoses. That's when you know you're flying the big boys. I don't know why, I just love seeing double air hoses hooked up on the aircraft from external. So we do have an external air cart. It's doing its thing out there. We have one set of waypoints that we need to program, chat. So let's go ahead and power through those. We're going to program, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then it's really only going to be 2 waypoints after that. So we're going to plug through all 9 of these. And then it's going to be go time. So we are remote across the board. Let's go ahead and bring you back to waypoint. Bring you back to waypoint. Bring you back to waypoint. And remotes are enabled. And I'm going to start right now. So first fix is a Manolo located north 1820.7. Insert west 6248. 6248 decimal 1. Insert. Remember, y'all are just as responsible for me here. Number 2, Nidu located north 1858. 1858 decimal 3. Insert west 6209 decimal 1. Insert waypoint 3, O-Bike north 1920 decimal 4. Insert west 6146 decimal 0. Insert number 4, Rictia located north 2100 decimal 0. Insert west 60 00 decimal 0. insert. Got to be careful when we start doing these bunch of zeros. 60030.0. Okay, good. Waypoint 5 is 245 north. So north 2400. Insert west 50 00.0. Insert. Waypoint 6 is located north 2600 decimal 0. Insert west. Tripping myself out here with all these zeros. 40 00 0. 40 000. Insert 7. Inside. North 2800 decimal 0. Insert west 2500 decimal 0. Insert 8. Rosta. Wait a second. I thought I had 9 waypoints here. I feel like, did we skip one? I always feel like I skipped one. Rosta. North 28 15 3. Insert. Well, I think we did mess one up, man. West 20 00.0. Insert. So 8 is roasted. Let's count back here. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. 8 should be inside. We missed one. One, two, three. O-Bike, 1920.4, 6146. That checks. Ricdia, number 4, 21 even, 60 even. That checks. Number 5, 24 nothing, 50 nothing. That checks. Number 6, 26 nothing, 40 nothing. That checks. Number 7, 28 nothing. Aha, this is the one right here, number 7. Okay, so let's redo this one. North 28 00 0. Insert west 30 00.0. Insert. Waypoint 8 is inside. North 28 00.0. Insert west 25 00 decimal 0. Insert. Waypoint 9 is Rosta. That checks. Number 9 is located 28 15 decimal 3. Insert west 20 00.0. Insert. All right. Whoo, chat. Okay, so that means that the only 2 waypoints left are the NDB and the airport itself. So let's go ahead and all those look good. We'll close that. What I want to do here is desired track status. We're going to go 04 insert. Now we are in triple mix mode. And let's do the same here. 04 insert. We'll be in triple mix mode over here. And 04 insert. We are in triple mix on all 3. Let's go ahead and turn off the remote programming. Distance time 25 miles to our first waypoint. That about checks. Desired track is 44. That about checks. INS has been programmed, chat. Let's go ahead and fire up the APU now. So APU fire test B. Fault test. Beautiful. Squib test. All right, wonderful. Let's go ahead and one click up and click and hold. Up she goes. Here we go. Spooling up the APU. Time to get serious on this now. Triple mix mode, Shakovic. So what triple mix does is it takes all 3 units and it averages their position. So it takes the most accurate position from all 3 units. You're not just relying on 1 unit. So you wouldn't want, especially on a flight like this, where there's no what do I say? How do I say it? No DME updating. Being able to get the most accurate from your individual units is going to be what you want to try to accomplish here. So let's go ahead and bleed air is open. We'll go ahead and throw the Gasper fan on for some additional air to the cockpit. Let's go ahead and pull out. Ooh, St. Martin ATIS is on, 2765. Information echo. Altimeter is 1016. 1016 is set once. And let's see, my yoke is disconnected because we went into the menu. That's right. All right, there we go. Look at that. So 1016, 1016, and I tried syncing up, so they should all sync. Yeah, they all sync. All right, good. That looks good. I want to go hydraulic number 4 real quick here. Brake pressure's up, looking good. All right, we got beautiful. That looks good. Let's go ahead and we'll kill electric 4. ADP drops off. That looks good. Let's get the pack valves open. Bleed air open. I'm going to turn the Gasper off, though, just because it's kind of annoying. Come down here. We'll do the EPR go-around. Radar into standby. Up 5 degrees, system 1. St. Martin ATIS, is center online? Do we need to talk to anybody today? Let's see. San Juan's, SVVM, which one do I contact? 1815? That'll be who we talk to. All right, we're still boarding. Are you being Captain Van 1 today? Hopefully not, man. San Juan Center, good afternoon. KLM 357 Heavy on the ground and St. Martin clearance to Tenerife North, please.
KLM 357 Heavy, San Juan Center, good afternoon. Clear to Tenerife via radar vectors Manolo, flight from route. Initial quantum, flight level 150, squawk 1521.
Clear to Tenerife, flight plan route, radar vectors Manolo, flight level 15,000, initial squawk 1521 for KLM 357 Heavy.
KLM 357 Heavy, right back correct. Julian KNH 1016, runway 10 for departure, place ready for taxi.
We'll call you ready to taxi for runway 10, KLM 357 Heavy. All right, sweet, we got our clearance.
777 Heavy, radar sub is terminated.
1521 is set, we're in standby. All right. We'll turn down the radio. You know what time it is, chat? It's time to run our initial checklist. So here we go. We're still finishing the boarding. Let's go ahead and before start pilots. This is one of my absolute favorite parts of this add-on. Every time I click this, it's like time to go to work. So here we go.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat.
Ah!
Hold on.
I said I was going to get that after.
On. Seatbelts and no smoking.
Oh, they want those too. Gosh dang it.
On. Emergency lights. Armed.
Time to lock in,
Exterior
C-Dub.
lights. Check. Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1016. Set and cross-check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. Damn. On.
Damn.
Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Hold on.
I forgot we did that at the gate. That's on me.
Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
Alright, we got the before start pilot is checked. Before start flight engineer. I'm gonna run through this. This looks good. APU panel stuff. Make sure I'm not missing anything. I'm sure I am. Let's run the before start flight engineer.
Battery on. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check.
Unless he wants me
Engine oil
to
quantity.
change the way I have the
Check.
bleed air here, but
Fuel quantity. 2,2,9,9,6,3 pounds. Fuel panel. This. Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Wait. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Go around. Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. This. Check and set.
yeah, packs off, I guess, before start. But
Fire
it's gonna
control
get too
and
hot.
wing
I'm gonna
overheat
turn that
panels.
back on. It's gonna get
Check
too hot.
and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check.
You might get me
Hydraulic
for
panel.
this.
Check and set.
Good.
Fuel jettison panel.
We already checked
Check.
you.
Crew oxygen.
Check.
On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs off. Checklist completed.
Excellent. We're getting ready for push and start, chat. We are getting close. We are getting close. Okay, let's take a look at our payload. We are completely loaded. Block weight 787.6. We got to run some perf calc. So we're going to bring it in from the sim. We got to do some additional stuff here. Runway is dry. OAT is 15. What is the meter? 3001. 30 winds are calm. Runway length is too short. Really? Required runway length. Damn, we're going to be too heavy. I knew we were going to be payload limited. Runway length out of St. Martin is, what do we got here? 7,500 feet. So, can we do a different flaps? 20. Required runway 9,400. Still going to be too much. All right, so let's look at our payload. I'm going to do an instant board and load here. I'm going to reduce from 60,000 pounds of cargo. We're going to drop that to 30. We have 88 more passengers than planned, too. My initial block weight Let's do that. Let's do instant board and load with that. Now let's go back to performance. Load from sim. 8,500 feet. Dang. Even at flaps 20. Goodness. So we're going to go back here, back to payload. There's no, like, it's not trying to do a flex, is it? Flaps 1, takeoff CG. No, there is no flexing. It is just, it's Toga every time, right? So, okay. So let's go ahead and reduce payload a little more. Let's drop down to 20,000. And instant board and load. Now what do we got? From sim, 8,300 feet required. Alright, let's look at our fuel panel. 230,000 pounds. Let's drop you to what we wanted. What did we initially block fuel was 211. Let's just take 220. Let's lose another 10,000 pounds there. Instant refuel. Now what do we got? 8,000 feet. What's the runway length? 7,500. You think we can do it? Might have to. We're gonna have to kick some people off. We're gonna have to kick some people off. We're about 500 feet too short. I don't want to crash it on takeoff, so we have to drop the weight. Let's drop the payload. Let's keep the passengers. Let's drop another of that. So we got 10,000 pounds of cargo. Let's try that. Instant board and load. 77. Alright, keep dropping it down. I gotta keep the fuel. We gotta kick some people off. We originally planned for 330. Instant board and load. There she goes. Flaps 20. 74.65. We've got, what's that, 45 feet? That's it. That's our save. We'll set speed bugs. All right. That's what we're loaded up. Let's verify our fuel totalizer and gross weight. 689.2. Still got 219 on the gas. That checks out. We got to set our electrical. We're going to go straight up to ground power. Okay, good. So we are disconnected from that. Let's go ahead and pull you. Let's disconnect the
Cockpit
GPU.
to ground. Disconnect ground power.
Disconnect the ACU. And let's close 4 right. Looks like we have a pushback issue going on. Is this supposed to be green? Split breaker open? External power is off. Is that right? Is that green light there? I can't remember. Alright, those are all disconnected. Here we go. Alright, so as far as pushback, we gotta wait for that A300 to get out of the way. Let's go ahead and remove the chocks.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Chocks are getting pulled. Go back to that perf calc. Initial pitch 13 degrees on the flight director.
Chocks removed.
It's 12 and a half or more. 13 degrees initial pitch, 159. Auto throttle speed. Flaps up 239. Climb 319. Okay, that is all looking good. Takeoff, let's see, before start. Next is after start. So we are ready. Let's go ahead and do it. Beacon's coming on. Rope heat's off. Is the Fenix study level? Yes, it is. 100%. 100%. Let's bring up the cams. Let's go ahead and call the truck. I need Infian's gonna have to get out of the way there. Let's see, we will do a pushback like that. I'm not sure how we're gonna do that. Let's do that. No. Can he push us back? I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna push back here. It's kind of a weird. I guess I'd have to go this way. Why, we gotta go that way. Let's do. Can we do a push pull? Is that? Let's try a push pull like that. Push to the aircraft's left with the 2 330s have cleared off. Yeah, because we'd have to back taxi though. Can we do that? Will that jack it up? Or that push pull? I think we have to go this way. Let's just do
Ground to
that.
cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu
They
when you are
backtrack
ready.
for wide bodies? Alright, cool. See, look, it's completely sunny and we still have a wet ramp. It drives me nuts.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
It's probably humid. No, it's awful. That's what it is.
KLM 404, your standby.
Alright, we'll turn this on for push. We'll kill the packs for start. We're ready.
Delta Echo November Tango Echo, hold short, runway 10 Delta. KLM 404.
Alright, 7-4's got to backtrack anyway. Alright, cool. So we'll backtrack then. We'll set up to backtrack where that China A300 is.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed.
See, I wish my
Ready
cockpit
to
stayed
connect.
like that. And then watch, it's going to go dark mode here. Yeah, see? Wingnut, it doesn't work anymore, man. Unless you turn real weather off. If you turn real weather off, you can go puddleless.
I will call you back. Center, KLM 444, we have problems with our tug, but we started our engines, we could stack to,
He said call when ready to taxi, right? So,
KLM 444, Roger, runway 10 taxi, holding point Charlie. Holding point Charlie, to KLM 444. We have our 111 heavy and a runway 10 Charlie backtrack, runway 10 line up and wait.
alright, so he's going to backtrack.
Runway 10 backtrack.
And then,
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
as soon as he starts backtracking, then that A300 should start moving, and then we should start our push. Cockpit to ground standby. Dougal McTavish, what's up, man? What's up, Knight? You got the next week off. Gonna learn the 7.2 and the INS. Very cool, man. Very cool. KLM, where you going? Where you going, KLM? I thought you were just gonna go. Oh, he's gotta go.
2095 heavy, we're out of contact to altitude.
Jesse, what's up, man?
KLM 2095, Roger, calling team flight level 390.
390, KLM 2095.
I might be zippy actually on that A300.
Echo, November Tango, Echo, runway 10, clear for takeoff. Wind 110 degrees, 8 knots.
Runway 10, keep a takeoff upon correction, then Echo, November Tango, Echo.
Move, zippy. Who's that A300? We're gonna block him in. I guess they're not ready.
KLM 2095, advise turn left heading 070.
070-2395.
Ocean 2.
Brakes released. Clear to push.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
I'm not sure why he's waiting, so we're going to start here.
Bye-bye. Iberia 8 Charlie 9er, New York radio.
Hopefully we stop before we hit him. All right, here we go. You ready for start?
Over advisory, Bureau 839. Thanks for coming on today. See you. See you.
Ready to start the engines. Ready for engine start.
Ready. You guys ready? One of the best parts ever. We used System 1 before, let's use System 2. Here we go.
Starting engines 4.
Starter valve open.
Clear bearing 341, runway 10, clear for takeoff. Right turn heading 180, wind 110 degrees. Correction, wind 080 degrees, 10 knots.
Runway 10 and right there, indicating 180 on the top.
Fuel on. Lights up.
KLM 2095, clear direct Manolo.
Direct Manolo 2095.
Love it. All right, let's go ahead and get number 3.
Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open.
We'll listen to the call-outs on this one. Clear touch and go.
20% and 2.
Fuel on.
Aircraft calling on ready word.
James, what's up, man?
I got you 1 by 5.
Why do we have no N1s?
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
We got no ignition. What the heck?
Fuel on.
No light off.
Starter off.
We got a failed start? Let's do number, let's go number 2.
Starting
And
engine
we'll come
2.
back to 3. Just like the simulator at the schoolhouse. We got no start pressure. No 20%. We're just running. Whoa, something's going on here.
Tow is disconnected and
What is
bypass
going
pin
on?
has been removed. Hand
Manifold
signal on the left.
pressures are
We'll see you
good.
next time and have fun up there.
No N2.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open.
Maybe I didn't wait. I can hear it now. 2 is rolling.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Lights up.
So we didn't get a light up on that number 3.
KLM 404 Heavy, runway 10, correction, enter runway 10, Delta backtrack, runway 10, line of flight.
Let's try number 3 on we use start 1, ignition 2 for number 3.
Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open.
Alright, starter valve's open. Number 3, we got rotation. We gotta make sure we get a light up on this one.
We'll backtrack once they're all lined up the way up. They're all killed. Don't worry.
20% and 2.
Fuel on.
No light up. No light up on number 3. We've had a conditional failure. Kill it.
Starter off.
Check fuel panel. Everything is boost pumps are on. Boost pumps on. Number 3 main. Everything looks good here. We do have conditional failures. Hold on. Services. Engine 3 fail. We had an engine failure. Alright. We gotta call maintenance back to the gate. I don't have time to go back to the gate.
Starting engine 3. Starting engine 3.
Start of Hellhoven.
We had a conditional failure, but of course it's on our freaking long haul. A layover in paradise. Yeah, we had we just had no start.
20% and 2.
There's light up.
Light up.
I mean, we have conditional failures on. I don't know why that was, but ATC was trying to call us. I'm sorry. We're getting it. We're getting it. What would you have done in IRL? Well, you'd probably keep him on headset, like Anthony said, number 1. Or call him back and say, we gotta go back to the gate, call maintenance, troubleshoot. Alright, 1, 2, 3, let's go ahead and get the last one.
Starting engine 1.
Start of Hellhoven.
Here we go.
Engine stabilized.
But yeah, we'd be spending some more time in Saint Martin, that's for sure. Straight up, no light off. We tried both ignition systems. Mate's got to come look at it.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Missing all those heavies departing out of here. Look at that KLM. Ooh, watch the turn, watch the turn. MEL engine 3.
Starter off.
Alright, there we go. We're started up. Looking good. Alright, here we go. Close, 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 close.
Engine stabilized.
Engine stabilized. Alright, close U. APU bleed air is coming off. APU is coming off. Get some air back to the cabin here real quick. That's coming up. ADPs, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's coming down. That looks good. Fuel heat is supposed to be auto or off. I can't remember. It's going to be coming up here on the checklist here. After start.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switch.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine anti-ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. This. Check.
Trip the galley power. That's interesting.
Open.
That's crazy. They had the
No
galley
warning
power
lights.
trip.
Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder.
Alright, we're doing the flaps 20
After
takeoff.
start checklist completed.
So, flaps 20. 1, 5, 10, 20. Flight control. See how they go out first and then down? Takeoff data and E per bug. So we are E per select TO. That looks good. 159 set. Flaps coming to 20. Initial altitude is 15,000. All right, run it. Fuel heat's off. Total leisure gross weight. Here we go.
Taxi checklist.
Ah, what's our
approved.
trim? What's our trim?
Flaps.
5.2.
Flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
Takeoff data. EPR and the airspeed bugs.
Set and cross check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in creep band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seat belts and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seat belts and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
All right, geez, we're finally ready. Golly, that looks awesome. And center KLM 357 heavy, holding shorter runway 10 at Charlie, ready taxi.
KLM 357, runway 1. Actually, your taxi. Hold short runway 10 at Charlie.
Hold short runway 10 at Charlie, KLM 357 heavy.
Labor 102A, runway 10 taxi, holding point Charlie. Labor 8729 heavy, runway pushback approved facing east.
All right, is that Mr. Sat taking off in the KLM? Shakovic, because I'm not on Vulcan? Maybe. Perhaps.
417 you cleared the Punta Cana airport via red vector.
That's the problem with AMD is I feel like nothing is ever tested on AMD. Everyone's got Intel and their NVIDIA cards. That's another reason too.
And standby for red deck. KLM 357, runway 10, runway 10 Charlie, and backtrack runway 10, cleared for takeoff, right turn heading 180.
Right turn 180, runway 10, cleared for takeoff, backtrack approved, KLM 357 heavy. All right.
Parking brake set. Parking brake release.
All right, so here we go. Lights are coming on. Ignitions are all on. Body gear steering, he's gonna yell at us, but we're going to
Before takeoff checklist.
do that after we line
Icing
up.
considerations.
Packs are coming off.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
180 heading is set. Ah.
Say close in again.
Check.
785 heavy.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Damn.
We're gonna skip that one. I wish there was like a below the line option for that.
Back valve. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Stabilized. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
All right, that looks good. Next list is after takeoff. Worry about that later. Perf calc. Remember, 179, 199. Let's see, 319 optimum, 13 degrees initial pitch. We're set up, chat. All right, how about that for 1 hour? It feels like every time it's about an hour from start to takeoff in this bird. You just need the time to set it up. I love it. I'm going to go ahead and hide the yoke. See, my instruments will be heading 180 on departure. It'll be radar vector to Manolo, which will be waypoint 01. Lights are set. Sounds are set. Get ready for those yogas, chat. 500 people. There are only 100 likes. Unacceptable. Smash that like button if you want to see more 747 content. Alright, I gotta actually try to line this up with it properly here.
Clear direct Manolo.
Direct, okay, that's 444.
Not doing an intersection takeoff. No.
Orange, 5 by 2 down the center. Let's take a line of clear to my first level.
Oh man, this looks so awesome. I'm gonna stop the camera. Oh yeah. All right, we are cleared for takeoff. Confirm? Confirm. All right, chat, you ready? Spool them up 50. Let's do it from the fence line. Yoga's in chat. Here we go.
Stay close, line.
Power set. I hope we get off the end of the runway. Look at that. Anthony, does it make you miss flying the 7-4? Oh man, let's stay on the runway here. I hope we have enough runway, chat. I hope Felix's takeoff perf app is correct.
V1. Rotate.
Oh my goodness. Positive rate. Gear up. Flyby. Oh yeah, buddy. Right turn approved. 180.
Gears up.
Watch that initial pitch. Watch that initial pitch.
Okay. Orange 550, red contact, flight of 400. KLM 357, red contact, altitude.
Passing 1,100, KLM 357.
KLM 357, right, calling to flight level 330. When able, turn left heading 070.
When able, left turn, a 070, climb, what was the altitude for KLM 357 Heavy?
Flight level 330.
Flight level 330, KLM 357 Heavy. A lot going on here.
KLM 785, descend flight level 080.
Can't spin that up. We'll leave it at 306 for now.
Upper minute.
Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
110. Watch the trim.
Aircraft calling for taxi, say again.
Clipper 8729 is ready for taxi.
Clipper 8729, runway 10, taxi, holding point Charlie.
Holding point Charlie, and while we've got you, we'd like to amend flight plan, final cruising altitude of 330.
110.
Clipper 8729, roger, respect
Trying
flight
to,
level 330.
what's that? Maybe I was a little too early on that.
KLM 357, direct Manolo.
Direct Manolo, KLM 357. Hold on, I just go autopilot 1 on.
That's taxi.
I'm just going to go vertical speed, like 500 here, just to get us going. Just to get us going here. Direct Manolo. Left turn.
Runway 10, taxi, holding point Charlie. Taxi, runway 10, holding point Charlie. I'm at 417 Romeo Kilo.
IS hold.
KLM 785,
Oh, I don't want that. 500 is fine. Gosh, there's just so much to do here. Waypoint change 01. Insert. We're going to throw you to INS. We're going to throw you into...
And Cleaver, disregard. And November 417, Romeo Kilo, you will be behind the Airbus 310 on your left-hand side.
200 knots.
That's copy, November 417, Romeo Kilo. Cleaver 8729.
199, flaps 5.
Charlie, backtrack, runway 10.
Flaps 5.
Takeoff, right turn, heading 180.
And we're up by 239.
Backtrack and takeoff, runway 10.
Let's redirect us. Waypoint change 01. Insert straight in the line out.
28, got a contact south.
Alright, we're vertical speed, just barely. We're climbing. We're looking good.
330.
Jace! We're getting ready to do our final retract here. Watch your ears.
27, clearance, supplies ready to go.
There we go. Flaps coming up.
USA 427, clearance to the Tampa Airport via
Flaps 1.
header back, then a files, maintain 7,006, flight up 300, flight 7230.
Alright, getting ready for 250 knots to clean her up now. Full clean, flap 0.
Flaps up.
Once we hit 250, we'll IS hold it.
1028, turn left 070.
We got a couple other things to do. We're going to go off on there.
Get USA 427, read back correct. Brinken, altimeter 300.
Packs, chat, packs.
Ready for pushback and start.
IS hold.
Labor 1028, clear.
Oh, hold on. I've always wanted to do this. Hang on. That's Sam Center, KLM 357 Heavy. Request high-speed climb out.
KLM 357 approved as requested.
KLM 357 Heavy, ready. High-speed climb out approved, chat. We'll go back to vertical speed. I'm going to lower you down. We want 313 knots. 320, actually. We want 320 for climb out.
Check close in again.
High-speed climb out approved. Okay, we'll get rid of that checklist. We'll start.
After takeoff checklist.
External engine volume to 55.
Off. Landing and lower
Woo,
lights.
chat.
Off. Ignition.
Chat. We did it.
Check. Seatbelts and no smoking sign. Check. Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
Boom. After takeoff, all greens, chat. Hit the like button. Flyby celebration. Yeah. High-speed climb out approved, chat. We're going to 330 knots. Or was it 319, actually? 319. Trying to lower that vertical speed. That was, here's alert, waypoint 1. We're getting ready to change to waypoint 2. Who was that for? Clipper, I think.
Thank you very much for the wonderful ATC today. Have a good day.
Horizon 4110, rudder set is terminated. Change stop by your frequency of rudder front pallet reality.
Alright, perf 319 optimum.
Paper 8729, rudder contact altitude.
Through
0.5, here we go, get ready to change over.
Paper 8729, calling team flight level 330. 330, just for nothing.
IS hold. High speed climb out approved.
November 417, Roman Kilo, on departure right turn heading 250.
I'm gonna run that
Runway 10, clear for takeoff. Wind
speed bug up.
at 10, control right turbulence. Departure entering 250, runway 10 peak for takeoff. November 417, Roman Kilo. 7 Roman Kilo, squad 7201, 7201.
Here's the turn. Flyby. Watch your ears, chat.
Sleeper 8729, left 070.
left 070.
Bravo, 300 knots, KLM 357. I was having too much fun. I thought he was going to yell at us for speeding. Chad, I love this airplane so much. I got to turn everything down. I got to turn out I got to turn Xplane down a little bit. I can barely hear the radio. All right, that looks good. Wind it back a little bit. 50 miles to our next waypoint. We've did it. We've did it, chat. Whew. Now we can sit back, relax, and enjoy the... Look at that little cloud situation out there. Love it. Love it. Have you flown to St. Martin? I have before, yes. I've done it in an Airbus, and I've done it in a corporate jet. This is just like running the jump, right in the jump seat. Oh, Anthony, what's up, man? Yeah, it would have hopefully been a little bit smoother. Had 3 guys up there. It's a little bit stressful trying to handle everything and talk on the radio. But we got her done. We got her done. I feel the need for speed. What's up, Pax, man? So I was basically heads down for the last 16 minutes. Just trying to get this beast under control. What's ETA? Don't want to miss the landing. I don't even know. 5 hours from now. Come back in 5 hours. Should probably be pretty close. We're going to do some in-flight entertainment breakdown, too. We got an awesome 747. I say awesome. A very sad 7.4 video breakdown of Green Dot we're going to look at. But it's going to be a good flight, chat. I'm going to break for lunch here once we about another hour or so, and I'm going to take my main break. All right, gross weight is 676 at plus 10. Best we could do is we could actually get up to 34 if we need it. What was our final filed altitude? 33? Initial 33, so yeah, we should be able to go right to 33. We are 676. Yep. Yeah, buddy. What's the destination? We're heading to Tenerife North. Tenerife North. Real time, real weather. We out of here. We are out of here. Flyby. Well, he gave him a direct too. I thought it was for us. Bye-bye. Ern, welcome to Private Pilot. Glad to have you on board, sir. Slow-mo flyby. So nice. Freaking love it, chat. Absolutely love it. Excited for Nimbus 707? I'm more excited for it now that I'm kind of dabbling back in Xplane. But we'll see. We'll see. It's been pretty quiet on the Nimbus side of things, right? Long-time viewer, first-time member. Well, welcome on, Ern. Welcome on. Brian, yes, there is an in-flight movie today. Not for about another little while though. We're gonna, like I said, I'm gonna meet the Mrs. V1 here in just a little bit, about an hour. We're gonna go get some lunch. I'm gonna grab an espresso martini probably, and just hang out for 45 minutes or so, and then I'm gonna come back, and then we're gonna do our in-flight movie. It's a longer one. It's about a 37-minute video. So when we break them down, they're almost double that. So it'll be another hour there. And then by the time that's done, we'll take a small little lab break and then come back, and it'll be time to start prepping for our descent. What I really want to do is do better on the descent phase. I feel like I've been rushed every single time on the descent. I haven't taken my time out there and cruise yet to get set up prior to. I got a Lego set to build with kids. We'll have the stream on too. Sweet, man. My kids are loving the magnet tiles right now. All right, we're getting ready to go through the transition altitude. We're at waypoint 1 to 2. Pressurization is
Affirmative, 5,000, PNH 1015, KLM 785.
diff pressure needle is moving. Thing is normal. I just love the fuel animation. Okay, so what we have to do is we got to do fuel as well too. So we're all balanced though, 70.3. We're only at 300 pounds out of balance. We'll leave it as is. Let me stare at this fuel panel here. So I gotta remember, I was studying it early. So what we need to do is we're going to drain from these first when we get to cruise, when we get to top of climb, right? Or is it at 10,000? I think it's now. So we open up. Open up these valves. We turn these boost pumps off. And the goal is to burn this down to 30,000, right? Because it's 27.7 and 337, so really 31-ish. And then we will start burning from both tanks. Or all of them again. We want to burn these down first. Yep, so this has got higher pressure, so these are bleeding off. Excellent. We're not going to balance the 400 pounds. It's not a whole lot. If it gets any more out of balance, we'll do some more balancing.
KLM 785, descent 3,000.
2992 is set. Once, twice, and thrice. Nothing to DME update out of here. That's the problem. We are going to be... We don't need St. Martin charts. We don't need any of those. We don't need any of that. What is it? GCXO?
KLM 444, radar set disseminated, change stop by your frequency appearance today.
Got that Las Vegas overnight? Ooh, May 2nd through 9th. No, I do not. I don't. I actually have one earlier than. Wait a second. I actually might. Hold on. Stand by. Let me go to my maps. I don't want to do IFR high.
Romeo Kilo traffic at your 1 o'clock. 50 miles southbound to Airbus 320.
That's why I use the GNS XLS. No updates. We could be 100 miles off course. No, so actually I've heard, and Anthony, I think I was reading your comment. I don't know if he's still here, but he was saying that a SIVA, this model that we have, it would typically be within 10 miles when you cross the ocean. It'd be about a 10 mile. You'd have 10 mile drift air, and if a flight engineer could typically do that or better, and if the flight engineer was better than 10 miles, they'd buy him drinks. So I don't think we'll be 100 miles off course by the time we get there. We'll probably be. We could be, 5, 10, 15 miles off. I don't know how much drift is simulated. But I thought that was kind of cool. So, like, a good flight engineer could get you closer than the SIVA would with the drift. So, but yeah, we won't be bang on. That's for sure. We will be a little bit off. Well, if you're in that trim clicking, just double check. The fuel is burning from those tanks more. So we got ourselves a long route, chat. We're going all the way up to right here. We can actually see ourselves on the airway. So we are waypoint 2 to 3. If we go to our nav log, 1, 2, 3. So we're going to O-Bike. We're going Nadu O-Bike. And we're bang on. Mike 576, and then it's going to be lat longs from there. Wonderful. Would you accept a low-time pilot job at a 135 charter company whose chief pilot says they don't cancel for weather? She-Bomb, it just depends, man. Say 8-7. Don't make me slow down. It just depends, man.
KLM 757.
It's calling 757. No, that's
357, same number cruise.
we're going to be playing at 85, KLM 357.
Weber 103, same number cruise.
Say 85. Or 87. Good. There you go. Good.
Weber 1028, Roger. Did not exceed max point 85 for space.
I'll pick it up, Clipper. Don't worry. I thought the guy in front of me was doing 85. So.
357, red eclipse, United change, so by your frequency of risk, okay?
All right. Was that for Clipper 357 over to advisory?
KLM 357, affirmative.
Over to advisory. Thanks for the wonderful ATC today. You did a great job with all those heavies in there.
Good day.
So, all right. Over to 22.8. All right. 22.8 is up. Yeah, I'll pick up the speed too once we get up a little bit higher too. We'll get up to our cruise altitude. What was I talking about though? 135 that doesn't cancel for weather. I mean, I'm sure he's saying that just to say that. You're going to cancel for weather at some point. But you got to use your best judgment, man. You got to use your best judgment. So, I keep calling myself Clipper. I do. See? I should be, we should be flying as a Clipper. Bring down the cockpit volume. That's a little bit better there. I'll turn the outside down so we can... Oh, look at that guy making a turn back there already. What's that all about? Do we know what the green dot is? Yes, it's a 7471 Eastern T3. It's a 747-1. We can breathe at least, at last. Peace and quiet, I know. Now we can just sit back, relax, enjoy the cruise. Make sure you turn those fuel pumps back on a few hours. Forgot to do that on an MK Airlines long haul and lost two and 3 hydraulics. Flew the last 1.5 hours, no trim. Really? Oh, for the fuel, for the heat exchanger, right? So we'll make sure to check fuel pumps. I'll tell you what. I'm going to make a note. So we're going to pin this. Fuel pumps are off at 1400 local time for me. And I'm going to pin that so when I go for my break, I turn them back on before I leave. But they're fine for right now. We'll chill back here on the flight engineer panel. I love this view back here. Come on now. Look at this. Look at this thing of beauty. Hold up, V1 back in Xplane 12? Is he unwell? What's up, ailerons into the wind? No, man, I'm not. I'm feeling great, dude. Look at this cockpit. You let me know when we get this cockpit back in Microsoft, or not back in. You let me know when this cockpit hits Microsoft Flight Simulator, and we're going to be in it around the world, and then some probably. So, I did see an America West livery for this. We might have to do like a Phoenix to San Diego, or a Phoenix to Phoenix to Vegas, or Vegas to LA or something in a 7.4, just to see how much workload it would be to do a short flight like that. What flaps? Swarm. That was a flaps 20 takeoff. That was flaps 20. That was a flaps 20 to get out of there. And our min runway was 7465. The runway length was 7,500 feet. And it did it. It did it just fine. I think I probably could have rotated a little bit more aggressively. And we might have made our... I don't know if we were... What's it supposed to be? 35, 50 feet? 35 feet over the fence line at the departure end? I think... I'm going to have to go back and clip that flyby on takeoff. We were so low, I saw the dirt kicking up at the end of the runway. But, I mean, props to Felis's takeoff perf charts. They were correct. We got airborne. I would not want to be overweight. I'm glad we took the weight off the airplane, because we would have been in the... that would not have ended well. That would not have ended well. Just Flight doing a 7.4 Classic. They were, Charlie. They were, and I was super excited about it, but I believe that was sold to another dev. And I don't know if it was sold to PMDG or anybody else. I don't know if anybody else has confirmed that, but I know they sold that project or something like that. So they're no longer doing a 7.4, which is heartbreaking to me because I love Just Flight stuff. But I also know they're still working on the A300, so that'll be super epic. What happened to me on a Garuda flight from Abu Dhabi to Singapore, and this thing landed with barely any... Oh, that happened to you too? Landed with barely any hydraulics, electric flap extension, and gravity gear. Used the whole runway, and I wondered why. I freaking love it, Rashid. That's awesome, man. Yeah, so we'll have to make sure we turn those pumps back on. We don't have that much fuel to burn off. Only 30,000 pounds aside there. It's not like we have full tanks and then forget about it, but... Whew. Thank you, AJ, for the $5 super chat, my man. Here's a few bucks, making a double espresso martini. A little extra sweet around the brow. That's right, AJ. Appreciate the $5 super chat, man. Wilco, dude. Wilco. I wanted to check the conga line situation. I heard a lot of people taking off. I mean, we had an engine failure. What? I have conditional failures on. Did I do something to cause engine 3 to fail? I don't have random failures on. I have conditional failures on. Maybe I did something that broke the engine. I'll have to watch the tape back. But my goodness, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people on a 6-hour long haul. That's awesome. All getting spread across the Atlantic. A 742, 742, A306, A310, spicy, 777, 789, an A340. Who's KLM 02? An A340, 600, nice. And an Iberia 777 as well. Oh, and hold on, there's one more up here. Another KLM A330. So we got the whole slew. We got 330s, 340s, 777, 74, and 78. And a 310 and a 300. I mean, literally got this whole slew of retro and modern wide bodies. That A310 is going to be thirsty. Well, I'm curious. Vodka, are you still here? I didn't see you. I don't see you on the map. Did you disconnect? I don't see him on the map. The Iberia is a 7.2. Oh, you're right. That must be Team Vodka. 727-200. That ought to be interesting. Good luck. I want to see him roll up on fumes into Tenerife. Yeah, it's the 727. That's Team Vodka doing a 727 flight. Yeah, we're gonna. Hopefully, we can run him down. I don't know. He's out there. He was the first one leading the pack, so. We'll see here in a minute. What's that in kilometer above the engineer panel? This is the pitch, and then there's a roll, so he could see. So he can adjust the trims. I'm assuming, if he needs to. So right now we're about a 4-degree deck angle. Pretty neat. All right, we're 30.8 to climb 3. Are we sure we can get to 33? At 8.3 Mach, maybe not. We'll see. Now, I heard you can use continuous. Is that going to be any different? Will it give us a little extra juice? Not really. Pretty much set it max continuous right now. 2,000 feet to level off. Gross weight 665. And we're coming out of 30,000, 34. Even if it was ISA plus 20, we should be able to get to 33. 665, be close. What is the ISA deviation? Right now it's 40C. What's ISA at 310, chat? Oh, I'm just in an EPR speed hold right now, Dave. I'm getting max juice. I'm just doing an EPR speed hold right now. If thrust is fixed. ISA at flight level 310. No service. Minus 47. So it's about 7 degrees warmer. But on the autopilot change from IIS to Mach climb, yeah, but I want to get to Mach 8.5, which we are now. So now I can hold Mach 8.5. Settle down, Captain Happy. Usually they have a stopover in Aruba when doing long flights and taking off from... I'd rather have a Just Flight 747 than a PMDG with the sounds. Don't do it, it's a trap. No, no issue doing a Mach climb. I'm actually getting ready to do a vertical speed climb here to just zoom us up. We only got 700 feet here. And then we will dial in, ride the barber pole. There's the altitude alert. We'll do about there. Who does a stopover, Juhan? In Aruba? I mean, I guess they would have to, right? Well, I didn't realize this. This is why I wanted to use KLM as well. KLM was the last 747 to leave St. Martin. So sad, man. So sad. I really wish I could have gone to St. Martin when there were 747s flying in there. That would have been awesome. Hang on to the fence line. All right, here comes 330. And altitude hold is on. Flight level 330. And then we will go to auto throttle Mach cruise. We'll do 8.6. 8.6 Mach, 33,000 feet. What's our fuel flow? Jeez. Oh my gosh, what's coming back? We gotta let it stabilize. 65, 612, 18, 24 plus 2, 26,000 pounds an hour. I love it. I freaking love it, man. All right, you are now free to move about the cabin.
The fasten seatbelt sign. However, we always recommend to keep your seatbelt fastened while you're seated. In a few moments, the flight attendants will be passing around the cabin to offer you hot or cold drinks.
Hot or cold drinks?
As a light meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at
AJ?
no charge. Now, sit back.
Alcoholic
relax,
drinks are available
and
for
enjoy
charge.
the flight. Thank you.
You're welcome. You can also smoke them if you got them. What is open? Flight lit door. Oh, yeah, the flight. We never locked it. It's okay. It's pre 9/11. Whew. Will you fly the FS Labs Concorde when it's ready for Microsoft? I'd probably give it a shot, man. I don't see why not. I'll probably give it a shot. I don't see why not. We'll see how it is. The only time I've flown the Concorde was the Kalamata. Was it Kalamata? Kalamata Concorde? And that one was pretty fun. But it's such an, it's a very, you talk about niche airplane. I get burnout fast on the Concorde because once you kind of come to grips with, you know, your supersonic climb and all that, it's like, okay, what are we doing? It doesn't drive the passion that a 7.4 drives for me, you know, just because it's the only queen of the skies. But we'll do some flights in it, I'm sure. I wonder how going Mach 1, Mach 2. We go Mach 2 in the Concorde? I don't remember. Going Mach 2 in the Concorde with ortho streaming. How's that going to pan out? Man, I could do this all day long right here. Are you going to fly the Flight Factor 777 V2 anytime soon? Probably not, man. If I got a 777 on Microsoft that I can fly if I want to fly a triple. For me, like, see, these clouds are pretty awful down there. Those low-level clouds. I feel like maybe they regressed a little bit in their update. For me, what's keeping Xplane 12 alive is the Felis. This airplane is just on a whole nother level with its modeling, its sounds, its systems. So, for me, this is the airplane that I want to fly when I'm in this sim. Now, I did pick up the Torque Sim 525. I talked about it briefly on one of the other streams. It's okay. It's definitely not at the level that I thought it was going to be at. It still has a lot of visual Xplane 9-isms in it. PFD being one of them kind of drives me nuts. Sounds are good. And it's a 525 citation. It's a pretty mid citation even in real life, you know. At least you have attenuators, you know. But we'll see. I might fly. What I am going to fly is what Charlie said, the Q4 XP. I've been seeing digital work. I've been seeing a couple folks post pictures of that Q400, and it's fantastic. So the modeling of the Q400 is acceptable in 2025 standards, in my opinion. So I'm going to I really want to fly that next. We might do a short hop from where could we go from Tenerife? I mean, fly around in a Q400 somewhere. Might take a while, but we'll definitely give it a shot. I want to try that Q400 again. I really enjoyed, when I did fly the Q400, I really enjoyed the bindings that they had. For a turboprop, it really made it intuitive for somebody that has hardware, push-button hardware like a Honeycomb Bravo. That's what's so hard to get right when you model these turboprops is unless you have a quadrant that's like what's in the airplane, it can be kind of tricky to manipulate the power levers, the condition levers, the prop levers, beta, reverse, and that's the stuff that makes flying turboprops fun. So, was it FlyJ Sim Q400? They did a good job at how they allowed you to bind all that stuff up and it be enjoyable. Hot Start Challenger is amazing. Yeah, it's a great airplane, man, but it just like it's an unpopular opinion. Maybe it's a hot take. It's just on my personal enjoyment level is kind of meh when I'm in the Challenger. I don't know if it's because it's a Challenger. I don't know. I like the systems are great. I like the FPO that it comes with. I think it's a really good. I think they really change the bar or move the bar when they release that product, you know, with everything that it comes with. It's pretty neat, but I don't know. Am I the only one that feels that way? Like, I flew it twice, and I'm kind of like, all right. But, like, I know Blue Games, he's in love with it. So, I think everyone's just personal preference, right? Gonna try out the PMDG Classics when they release? Dude, we're gonna fly them probably a month straight, dude. Legitimately. I hope we get to see something at the expo about the 7.4s. I know it's not gonna. I know it's not gonna release this calendar year even, but heck, I would be surprised if it releases next year, calendar year. That would be a surprise to me. But I would just want to see something. Maybe some more sneak peeks. Maybe some screenshots of what they have modeled so far. The few little, even the shots that they've showed in the modeling software look fantastic. And I know PMDG knows how to model. They're good at modeling stuff. So I'm very, very excited about that. Yes. All right, Wife Sitch is going to head our way. Beautiful. What tunes do you guys want when I leave you on cruise? And do we do flight engineer view or do we do outside view? Do we do spot view maybe for our first break? Gosh, I love the texturing on top of the wing. It looks so good. 4 cons for long haul. Now, I didn't think about this, but we're probably going to be landing at night, aren't we? The Aerobus Phenom 300 is probably the best quality ratio. Jonathan, you know what? I have to look back into that. I have that airplane, or I flew it on Xplane 11, and I really enjoyed that. The Phenom 300. I'm gonna have to take a look at it, see what it's up to. You're absolutely right. I forgot all about that airplane. You're absolutely right. Apparently, according to rumors, there is a developer making a Dash 8 100 and Q200. Ooh, for what sim? For Microsoft? I agree. Challenger is just too much. Depends on wants, needs, and how many Xplane devs you have in your direct messages. Yeah. Why are PMDG doing a 100, not a 200? I believe they're doing both. I believe they're doing both, actually, Rashid. It took me a few flights and had your opinion at first, but the Challenger really grew on me. Now I love it. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying it's not a great airplane. It is. I just... I'm not a huge, I guess maybe corporate jet fan in the sim, you know? I don't know, unless it was like a Falcon 50 or something. I think I'd have a hard time. I like some of the CJ4 stuff. I like the Proline 21. What avionics suite's in the Challenger? Is it Proline 21? I can't remember. Haven't flown IRL since my BFR last August. Going tomorrow. Any recommendations for proficiency, PPL? I thought you were going to ask me if I could do a BFR. It's been a long time since I've done a BFR for anybody. Nah, man. I really don't have any tips. I'd say just make sure you're comfortable. If you want to see anything, tomorrow's the day to do it. Like if you want to do some extra maneuvers or something, do it with an instructor. So keep you safe, I guess. Yeah, a little extra set of hands for the controls and extra set of eyes. But just fly it like you fly when nobody's there. Take your time, yeah. Yeah, what happened to these clouds? These clouds are really mid, AJ. What'd they do? That looks terrible down there. That looks like Minecraft. Aliasing issues and everything. The puffy clouds up here look good. Like, that looks really good over there. You know what we might fly next, actually, is the IXEG. The IXEG. Because that one also is an airplane that I feel like holds a candle to Microsoft in some aspects of its modeling and texturing. Like, it's really well modeled as far as the visual aspect. PMDG are doing all the 747s, 100 and 400 just first. Yep. It's going to have a couple hours unloggable time in the Phenom. Got my foot with Part 91 Ops. Sweet. Yeah, man, I demoed a Phenom when we were looking for a new jet when I was flying corporate. Demoed a Phenom 300. Maybe it was 100. I don't remember. Aerobus Dassault 8X. You know what I want, AJ? Is I want that Citation 10 in Microsoft. That's the one I want. The Zebo mod, same thing, dude. Mark's Landings and aviation vids. The only reason I shy away from the Zebo mod, even the level up, I was looking at some videos, like the PFDs. So my personal viewpoint on visuals in Xplane 12 Beta 2 that we're in right now is the biggest thing holding this simulator back is not the environmentals. Yes, the puddles are annoying, the aliasing is annoying, but it's the models that we have in the sim, and it's almost an ironic circle of life if you think about it. So Xplane has done a really good job at trying to make everything compatible from Xplane 9 to Xplane 10 to Xplane 11 to Xplane 12, but it's kind of been its own nail in the coffin. It's like the frog in the boiling water, because the sim is advanced to a point now where visually it's better, but because you've made it so everything can be compatible, you have PFDs that are showing up in Xplane 12 that were designed in Xplane 9, and they look terrible. Like, I'll just be honest. The PFD and the Zebo, the PFD and the level up they look pretty bad from the cockpit view. Now, when you click on the PFD and pop them out, the colors look better, it's sharper, it's a better image. Not perfect, but looks better. Same could be said about the Tolus PFD. Like, when you're looking at it in the virtual cockpit, it just looks kind of, it just looks dated. You click on it, pop it out, sharp, crisp instrument, looks pretty good, right? We need that sharp, crisp instrument in the panel itself. And that's kind of how I think Xplane has kind of shot itself in the foot now, is everything has been compatible, so all the devs have brought stuff over from sim after sim, and now your sim is visually looking better, but no one wants to fly models that were designed in 2008, right? So could it be addressed? Hopefully. I hope it gets addressed. Maybe there'll be some type of fix. I think Thomas Ray was here the other day. He was saying that they are going to be possibly working on an update to fix that. I don't know if that PFD blurriness and kind of fuzziness is a core sim thing or if that's a dev thing. I lean towards dev thing because I look at screenshots of the Q400 in Xplane 12. I look at screenshots of the IXEG in Xplane 12, and they look good. Those PFDs look like they should look. But you look at the Zebo, you look at the level up, you look at the Tolus, you look at the... I haven't looked at any Flight Factor shots of the 777. I should probably look at those. But they all kind of look just kind of dated. What's the longest flight you've done in the sim? Pablo, we did Sydney to L.A. 18-hour long haul, man. 18-hour stream. The stream cut off after, what is it, like 15 hours? I can't remember where it cuts off at. But it was an epic flight, man. We ended so every milestone we do a massive tour at the V1 channel. So the next big tour will be at 50K subs. But we were in the land down under. We were in Australia, and we ended the tour with a 15-plus hour long haul. But the landing was only caught by live viewers. So I thought that was kind of a cool aspect. Slept at the HQ and everything. Xplane, Dev says they're looking into it. AK, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Captain, what do you think of the CLS-60 for flying big jets? Hello from Russia. Calisthenics channel. What's up? I like the CLS yoke. Now, I would say that maybe you should possibly look at the Moza as well. There are more options coming to the market. The Brunner is great, but the software is very dated. So... just kind of weigh your options. Look at what Moza has to offer. I haven't had any experience with the Moza yoke. I have the force feedback side stick, and I think it's pretty good. But there's also WinWing that's on the horizon as well. So just look at all your options, and you can't go wrong with it. I do like the CLS yoke. I mean, having a force feedback yoke changed my flight simming massively. I mean, it was a huge immersion change and a huge just excitement. I don't know, just it changed the whole vibe of flying in a simulator, whether it was Xplane or Microsoft. My biggest thing with the Xplane beta now is the birds and the inability to disable bird strikes. Planned and booked across the pond flight. Here you go. A few birds and a dual engine failure. Now that would be something. I haven't had any of those yet, luckily. Andre Henry, that's a powerful but true statement. Laminar created lazy devs in exchange for performance and flight modeling. I would agree with you. I think combined together, there must have been the longest flight stream ever done on YouTube. It was pretty long, Dale. It's a long flight, man. I can't believe you talk about PC stress test, dude. And what was great is if you want like the takeoff out of Sydney, dude, the entire taxiways was lined up with heavies. I think I don't know how many airplanes were on it. Like maybe there was 30 people. I think only a handful made it all the way. A couple crashed out. Some people had dual engine flame out. Some people ran out of gas. It was an absolutely epic, watch yours, absolutely epic flight. Golly, that's so nice. Thomas says they'll be working on it actually by rebuilding the assets format, what Microsoft uses, because Vulkan engine as well as new scenery found out added capability. Very cool. All right. PFD stuff is mostly developer issues. Okay, and that's kind of what I was thinking, just because, you know, I've seen PFDs in the sim right now that look good, and then you look at all the other ones. Vodka says he might run out of gas. Well, do an 8.5, you will. Dude, you're going to have to dial it back. You're going to have to dial it to like 7.6, and you're going to have to get to your absolute max altitude. You're going to have to step climb. I don't know how you're going to plan to bring that 2,600 miles. You could glide, right? Practice, think about your gliding. Got some aliasing issues there too. See the ants and stuff. It's crazy though, because this airplane is just so good, man. What happened to these? These clouds look very interesting in this beta 2 update. Did we do one step forward, a half step back, perhaps? Definitely some strange formations going on down there. As a VATSIM air traffic controller, I've had several people every day logging off due to Xplane bird strikes. Oh, that's fun. Man, I'm glad we didn't have... Could you imagine if we had a bird strike on this takeoff? Oh my gosh. We would have had... That would have been problematic. We had a couple bank angle checks in there, man. We hit IMC and it's just like... I'm trying to turn. I really need to bind... I need to figure out how to bind this panel to my Honeycomb Bravo in this jet. You cannot fly this jet with one hand here or with one hand on your mouse, eyes looking over here, trying to scroll this, not looking out the window, not looking at your pitch attitude. You just can't do it, man. That's how you roll it. Yeah, Andre, it's about time to start planning for 50K. We're getting close. What are your thoughts on the 350? How does it compare to the real thing system-wise? Well, I don't fly the 350, so I wouldn't know to compare it. From what I do know, I've heard mixed reviews when it comes to the systems implementation. I've heard there are some 320 isms that are in the 350, like some ECAMs that pop up, some messages that pop up that are only 320 specific and not 350 specific. But I can't confirm nor deny those because I don't fly the 350. The 742 can climb on 3? Yeah, it sure can, dude. It can fly all the way to its destination. What was it? Was it United that flew all the way to Europe on 3 engines? Or who was it? There was a 7.4 that took off out of 7.4. There was a 7.4 that took off out of San Francisco. Lost an engine. Speed bed. It was the speed beds. Yeah. Yeah, the speed beds. They straight up lost an engine after takeoff. It said, screw it, it's go home day. We're going home. That's too funny, man. I mean, I guess it was legit. That's in there. It's not even an emergency. It's an abnormal. So, send it, I guess. Go home day. Ern says the 350, the ECAM is basically a 320. It's gotten better with today's update. Oh, there was an update today? I didn't know there was an update on the 350 today. I can only, like I've said this before, I can only speak to my personal experiences with certain add-ons. And my personal experience with the AnyBuilds A350 has been good. All of them. The only day I had some issues was... on release day, or I guess it was pre-release day. It was the day before the release. I had a pre-release build of the aircraft, and I was getting some crashes. mostly due to my own fault. I had we realized that you got to delete the work folder and all that stuff. So it got ironed out, and after it got ironed out, I have not had any accidents, any crashes on stream, any issues on stream. Now I have had some loading issues, like loading in before stream. Sometimes it just crashes the sim, comes right back up. But once I've been in and been in the sim and started the flight, I haven't had any issues. But I think there has been a whole lot of people that have had a slew of issues. I also think, and this is again pure speculation on my part here, the 350. Before I say that, let's say this. So you have 2020 and 2024. Everyone wants everything to be compatible with 2020, 2024. The reality of the situation is compatible and native for the sim are different. And what I think happened with the 350 is that it was made to work and made for 2024. And then they wanted to make it compatible with 2020. I think a lot of the issues stem from 2020 users because of that initial focus on designing the aircraft in 2024. That's not to say that there hasn't been issues in 2024 with people flying it in 2024, but I look at the opposite would be true for the FSS 727, right? So that airplane was designed and built in 2020. Now they're trying to make it compatible for 24. It only works kind of in Sim Update 2. So I'm hoping we'll be able to get full compatibility for 2024. But I think that's where a lot of issues start to arise, is when we try to make things work in both sims instead of just taking our time and focusing on one platform. That's why I said I really wanted to try to get away from 2020 when 24 dropped, because I want to commit to the new sim. I'll deal with the issues. We've had our slew of issues, no doubt. It hasn't been smooth sailing the entire way, but what I get out of 24 is worth some of the hassle than it would be just flying 2020. Green Dot did a video about the Speedbird that lost an engine. Nice. Dougal's had a lot of WASM issues in the 350, but I still like it, and you only use it in 24. Dougal, do you delete your work folder? Have you deleted that every time before an update and all that stuff? I mean, that's a big part of it. If you like the interactivity of the feelers and flows and checklists, you should check out FS2 Crew from Microsoft Aircraft if you haven't already. Yeah, I've seen people use the FS2 Crew. I don't like FS2 Crew because I don't want someone else flipping switches for me. Like, I like how the Felis does it, where it tells you he's wrong. This. Damn. Hang on. And then you got to figure it out and fix it. I like that better than having an AI switch flipper. So, and honestly, being completely honest, the only aircraft that need any sort of AI crew member or AI checklist, interactive checklist, are the 747-200, I guess you could say 100, the Concorde, and maybe the DC-6. Every other airplane in the sim is fully capable of being flown single pilot, no issues. You just have to become familiar with the airplane. Maybe the Tupolev. I haven't flown the Tupolev. I know Felis did a Tupolev, right? But as of right now, you don't need a crew member to run a 737. You don't need a crew member to run an Airbus. You don't need a crew member to do the 727 is kind of on the border. That's why I like that airplane a lot. I'm really drawn to it. It has a crew manager system in it. I feel like it's the crew manager in the 727 it's like a swing and a bunt. It's not a swing and a miss, and it's not a home run. It's kind of like a bunted. I don't know if I like it, and I don't know if I don't like it. But anything with full flat flight engineer panel could be challenging, so maybe the A300B4. I don't know about the A300B4. We'll see, Diabetic Lad. DC-10, L1011. Yeah, but we don't have those aircraft right now. So that's what I'm saying. Just current aircraft. Just current aircraft. There's no... I don't think there's any... Is there any DC-10 out there in Xplane or L-1011? I don't think you would need anything like that. You don't need a pilot for an Airbus. That's true, man. They're working on it. All right. It's about time. Yep, wife is just around the corner. So what we're going to do is I'm going to set y'all up with a wonderful, I think we said spot view, right? We're going to put these pumps back on because I'm going to leave and get some lunch. Why do I have no boost pressure? I flipped them the wrong direction. Goodness me. Chat. Thank goodness for gravity feeding. Everything is good. Engines are still flying. All right. We still have fire. As I flame out all 4 engines and then go take lunch. That would be something. All right. Let's just double check. Everything is good. Everything is good here. Fuel pumps are good. How's our waypoints? We've got 35 minutes to 4 to 5. We're looking good there. All right, I'm going to turn the sim down. We'll go outside. I'm going to get you a good view. I'll throw some tunes on. Balloon song. Praise motive flow. A-Rap. What's up, my man? How you doing? I'm just going to play the entire cruise playlist, that all the songs I have liked over the years. We're going to start from the top, which is ironically the original 747 theme song. You guys remember this one? So I can get it to play here. Why can't I hear it? Oh. This was the original 7.4 theme song. The music from Honolulu to LAX was something else. Well, what do you expect for a 15-hour flight, man? Yeah, that was... I remember being out to dinner on that flight, and you guys were like, what is this balloon song? Let's see. Okay, so we got to decide. Do we want trailing view? Or are we going to want... Oh, I think this is... We're going to want this. Yeah, this is the view. This is the view, 100%. I'll turn Xplane all the way down to like number 2. We don't want to. We're gonna turn this down just a hair. We're gonna start that song from the top before I leave because it's the juice. Oh, hey, Mrs. V1 is in the house. What's up? You ready to go to lunch? Dinner. Do you guys want? Should we throw up the map as well, just in case? Make sure we are navigating at least in the right cardinal direction. We're going over here, so as long as we're pointed towards this square, we're looking good. Put you down there.
Hey.
The whistle song. Back in a proper sim again, you might get hooked. Liam, what's up, man? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, I know. I'm hooked on the 7.4, dude. I'm hooked on the 7.4.
Oh, I forgot about it. Are you having an espresso martini?
Yeah, AJ bought me an espresso martini, so I'm gonna go get an espresso martini.
Naturally.
Yep.
Have to.
All right. You've got a mix of hip hop. You've got a mix of trap music, soft house, Latin, chill out, reggae. You've got quite the playlist coming up, chat. So I'm gonna step out for the break right now. Like I said, give me about an hour, and when we come back, we're gonna start the green dot. We're gonna start the green dot in-flight entertainment. So enjoy the silence and the tunes. I'll catch y'all in just a little while. See us.
angle. Bank angle.
Just wanted to pop in and say go Nuggets. Go AVS. Beat LA. Beat Dallas.
Chat. We almost back? How we looking? We're still pointed the right direction. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Dang, 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 dang. How we looking? How are we looking? We're still flying. We're still going the right way. Man, what a juicy view that is. Hold on. How are the tunes for you? How far did you guys get? Knowledge is power. How many tracks is that? We've got 5 hours of save tracks. That every time I hear a good one on a rando stream. Miss V1's gone. She's on her way to pick up some groceries. We're going on a little camping trip next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So she's gone. She's out to get some groceries, like I said, and it's going to be you and I for the rest of the flight, y'all. Let's go ahead and take a look. Let's get our flight engineer panel back up to snuff, though. First things first, we still got about, we need to do some more balancing here. So we'll go ahead and pull those. We'll pull those. Boost pumps are off. Centers are running. We got another 20,000 pounds to burn on the mains, and that'll get us down there. Am I supposed to close these? No, I leave these open so it can pull. That's just demand. All right, cool. Fuel pumps are back off. Get the sounds back up a little bit here. Everything looks good. Pressurization looks good. Cabin diff looks good. We're sitting at 4,000 foot cabin altitude. Everything else is looking pretty dang good. How's our SIVA? Going waypoint 5 to 6. I'll tell you what we can do here as we kind of build back in. We'll take waypoints 3 and 4 because we'll save 1 and 2 in case we pick up anything to DME update from Gran Canaria. If we pick any VORs up, which I don't think we will. But we'll recycle waypoints 3 and 4. So let's get the remotes on. I'm gonna leave that one be default. We'll remote SIVAs 1 and 2 and waypoint 3. Waypoint 3. We'll go back to our charts. Let's get this back out. We only have 2 more waypoints to plug in. So waypoints 3 and 4 will be Hotel India Echo and GCXO. So waypoint 3 will reposition you at 2748 Niner. Insert west 1753.1. Insert, and waypoint 4 will recycle you to the destination located north 28.9. Insert west 1620.5. Insert. Beautiful. Waypoints 3 and 4 are programmed for the remainder of our flight. We'll go back to this 255, 28 miles to there, looking good. Reconnected below KLM 404. What does remote do? Remote allows me to plug them into both units at the same time. You could do all 3. You could do a remote all 3 if you want to. Got a little sunset here. Little Xplane 12 sunset juice, if that's a thing. Ooh, that's a great window to watch. It's a great time to start in-flight movie chat. It's a great time to start an in-flight movie. Do you think the PMDG 7.4 will have this much detail? I sure hope so, Delta fan. I sure hope so, my friend. I know they're going to do their due diligence on getting stuff modeled and looking well. And my only, I mean, I don't know. I hope if they need data, hopefully they don't need any more data, but I mean, it'd be cool if Felix could help them out, but I don't, if there's conflict of interest there, if a subject matter expert, I'm sure they have plenty of them. I actually think Mr. PMDG is typed on the 7.4, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know about the 100, so. That's the challenge I think that most people get faced with when doing these retro jets, is like, where do you get the data for aircraft that aren't even in existence anymore? So, let me take a quick look at the VATSIM map, VAO Premium map. Let's see how we're doing. And I'm also going to look at SkyVector. Is there any VORs I could pick up here? I don't. Sal Vincent, Salvador, 15.3. I'm going to throw it in there just to see if we'll pick up a 15.3. In override mode. We'll see. We'll leave 15.3 in there just in case we start to pick it up. If we do, we can DME update. What do I think about the daily dark, oily, weird contrails in 24 versus pure white ones in 2020? I think, I tell you what, looking at the contrails in this, I think these are the best contrails we got, man. Xplane 12 contrails look the most realistic to me. These look great. A little bit of rotation in there. Look at that. See them rotating? That's exactly what they look like. That's exactly what that's kind of trippy, actually. Oh, my gosh. I think these are the best representation of contrails right here. What's the route today? Exclamation point route. We're headed up to Tenerife. Tenerife North. All right. For those that have all been waiting, though, we are just getting ready to do our green dot in-flight entertainment. We'll be breaking down a 7.4 video. You know what I am going to do? We're going to mess with waypoint 3 and 4 again here real quick. Let's program 3. I should have just done this on the remote, but I want to try something here. So I'm going to program waypoint 3 again to 27, 48, 9, insert, west, 17, 50, dang it, 27, 48.9, located at west, 17, 53, 1, insert, and waypoint 4 is the airport, north 28, 28, 9, insert, west, 1620, decimal 5, insert. Now, what we can do is use waypoint change to see a distance and time tell. Since we're not navving off of the 3rd INS unit, I believe I could go waypoint change 04, and that is how far we've got to our destination. So right now well, that can't be right. 2,600 miles? That's not right. That's not right. 290 minutes, maybe? Unless I put in the coordinates wrong. 28, 28.9, 1620.5. That's correct. I thought that would tell me that the waypoint change to destination, time to destination. What if that's like our whole route? Oh, you know what? Waypoint change from 5 to 4. That's what it would be. 1,800 miles left. Right? 200 minutes. Is that 200 minutes? $33. 200 minutes divided by 60. Three hours? That's not right. Okay, that doesn't work then. So let me clear that. What is our ground speed? 546. Winds are 284 at 51. 284 at 51. Yeah, they're right on the tailpipe. 546. That checks. All right. Well, I thought I could see a distance 2 or time 2 next waypoint, but maybe I'm doing that wrong. I might be doing that wrong. Everything else still looks good. Airplane looks good. It's time to start doing our green dot. I want to see. Let's see. So that would be waypoint 4, waypoint 3, waypoint 9, 8, 7, 6. We're proceeding towards 2640 north. That's the waypoint. Vodka, did you just plot these randomly? How did you come up with these waypoints? 2640 north is 1,100 miles from the VOR. So yeah, we're not going to pick up any VOR. That's for dang sure. About 1,200 miles left, though. So we're just past halfway. We're just past halfway. I was looking at my map, my other Sky Vector map. All right. Cool. Can you import a Simbri flight plan? No. You cannot import a...
Parking brake set.
This is depressing as heck. How do I go back to... Can you guys hear me? No autosave on ground? Load recent autosave. Yes. You can hear me?
Gears up. Parking brake released. 10,000. Engine stabilized. 1,000
Hold
level
up. What's
off.
happening here? What's happening here? Are we back?
Alcoholic drink.
Are we back? Is this working like that? No. Surely it's not that simple. We're going waypoint 5 to 6. Auto thrust is back on. What in tarnation? Chat. Are you freaking kidding me? Just like that? Where's Felis at? I'm going to send him a check. This is unbelievable. How on earth... It loaded everything back up exactly the way it was. Our speed is... even got our freaking Mach number and headings the way they were. I'm going to hide the yoke. Fuel is exactly where it is. Our pumps are exactly where they were. I'm actually going to kill these pumps, though, right now, because we said we're going to... No, we want those on. We don't kill any pumps. We turn these off. Those pumps are on. Those pumps are off. We're pretty much where we were. I've never had that. What is a Vulcan device error? Is that a new beta bug? Wow. Yeah, I think I have it max, 10, 15 minutes behind Mr. Saturday, but I'm fine with that. What's an extra 10 minutes of glorious streaming? That is insane. Okay, well, I was about to be really, really depressed. Wow. Okay, I'm not flying any other airplane unless it has autosave. Exactly how the Felis does. It even has, like, I got our waypoints are in there, 5 to 6. Chat, there's nothing to do. We need to change waypoint 3 and 4 again, but that's it. Wow. That's how old Xplane is. It's using Vulcan. I mean, I don't even care at this point, man. We're up and running. Do we need a step climb, though? Hold on. I got a case of the sneezes here. Hold on. Okay, so let's see what our gross weight is. We're 622. We can go all the way up to 37. I think we should step up to 37. So let's step up to 370 before anything else happens. Let's do 370. Altitude select. Let's go vertical speed. And actually, let's do this. Let's go IIS hold and EPR. EPR hold. Climb thrust. Send them forward. And IIS hold is on. And Mach hold is on. Mach hold 8.6. Up we go. Can I do a flyby without a Vulcan crash? I cannot believe this. No, I'm not tired, dude. I literally got extremely sad. After all of that, I was like, you can't be kidding me. All the setup, everything we've done, I literally was completely just depressed. Now I'm jacked. Let's reconnect to, we'll reconnect to the network. We'll see. We probably flew backwards a little bit. It's all right. I just can't believe it. I can't believe that the autosave is just that easy. Just boom. Good to go. Justin, thanks for the kind soul that gifted me a sub. Awesome, man. Yeah, shout out whoever it was. I'm not sure who it was. All right. Well, hell, chat. Let's get this climb done, and then we'll start the green dot. I've got it all ready to go. I've got the window ready. Hold on, that's a good point. Did that crash? Nope. The window is still there. Everything's ready to go. So PC didn't crash. It was kind of a Vulcan air crash, though. It just kind of went black. Sound went away. Came back, and I was like, yep, that's dead. Whenever you hear the sound hiccup, it means you're dead. Just about. Just about. I tell you what, we might just vertical speed 1,000. Let's do that. Let's go vertical speed 1,000 feet per minute. Just lock it in. A little more, maybe. All right. Well, heck, chat. Jeez. All right. I love it. I love Felis. I love you, Felis. you have to have autosave for the Felis, because if that ended your flight after all of that, you'd just go into depression. That's like FSX days of flying long hauls and then being on final, gear down, dum, out of memory, dum, your flight sim has crashed. 12-hour long hauls, gear down, ding. My goodness. All right, I'm jacked up. All right, 36 for 37, 1,000 feet to level off.
Level off.
Roger that. Let's go ahead and throw in the last 2 waypoints then real quick. Remote, and since it doesn't work the other way, I might have to pull out my charts again. Yeah, let's do nav log, 1,000 to level off. Waypoint 3, put you back into waypoint 3 is going to be 2748 located north. Oop, 2748. We've got to be quick here before we overspeed. 2748.9 insert west. 1753 1 insert. Beautiful. And we're going to speed back up here. We lost some Mach there for sure, climbing up to 37. We'll get back to it though. 370. Let's put in this last waypoint. Okay. Waypoint 4 is the destination, north 2828 decimal 9, insert west 1620 decimal 5, insert. Beautiful. All waypoints are set. I'm going to put this on waypoint 3 so I remember that that's where we need to go to. Distance, time, desired track is up on there. Leveling 370. Our speed is coming back up. I have my autosave every 1 minute on the Felis. I feel like that's excessive. Every 1 minute? Well, we can change it. Let's go back to options. Does that like save stuff? Flight save period? I'll do 7 minutes. Lucky number 7. Let's do that. Lucky number 7 on the time. I don't know. I feel like every 7 minutes. So where is it saving it though? Is that kind of like bog up over time? I'm not sure. It's very rare for my Xplane to crash, even with a lot of unnecessary plugins. I've had Vulkan error once. Other times it frozen, came back and crashed because of pop-ups. Yeah, well, that's my first Xplane 12 crash. That's the first one I've ever had. So, that's it. All right, it's all right. We're okay though, chat. We are okay. All right, altitude hold is engaged, and auto throttle to cruise Mach set. Cruise Mach set. Auto throttle is armed, and she's gonna speed up there. I'll throw you in at about 285, be about 8485 Mach. Ground speed 534. All right. What crashed last time, Josh? Did I have a crash in Xplane before? I don't think I had a crash in Xplane before, did I? Are these supposed to be open? I feel like I'm not draining the fuel I need to be draining. 51,790. 80. $70. It is moving them faster. Oh, I don't know. Those boost pumps are on. Should these be open? That's for transferring tank to tank, though. I think it's right. I think my panel's right. All right. Well, enough chit-chat then. Why isn't it going up to grab it? There we go. More speed. More speed. More Mach, please. Beautiful. Auto save for the win. Felis Leopard. What's my ETA? No idea, man. We got 1,1200 miles to go. Do 1,200 divided by 531. That's about how much longer we got. 8:33. All right. We got about 2-ish hours. That means we need to start the green dot. We're going to turn this down. The air sound back here is really loud. So, although, oh man, I kind of like this wing view with the sun setting. Could do this view here on the wingtip. But, let's see. Yeah, see, I have it set up for this view here. I guess we'll just use this view right here. All right, chat. Let me grab a tissue real quick right behind me, and then we're going to get the movie started. I am KLM 357. KLM 357. All right. I don't know why I got a sneeze attack there all of a sudden. Okay, who is ready for some green dot? We're going over Korean Airline. No, Japan Airline. Excuse me. This is a Japan Air incident. A Japan 747 200, I think, or was it a 400? I think it was a 200 too. In the video, it's a 200. I know about this flight. I've also studied this flight. About the crew coordination and things of that nature. But this one is going to be tough to watch. You'll hear real audio. You'll hear real communications between the crew. And it's very sombering when you listen to this this video. Now, it's also a testament to what this crew was able to accomplish with the scenario that they were given. But it also provides a lot of opportunity for us to kind of assess ourselves as pilots and take anything we can from this and learn from it. It's tough to learn from one like this because this is almost a polar opposite green dot to when we watched Avianca where they ran out of fuel. That was all crew, right? That was a crew problem. That was a communications problem. The airplane just did airplane things. It flew until it ran out of gas. This one, the opposite is true. We're going to have airplane problems, and the crew is doing everything they can. So, when you mute, I assume the stream crashed again. When did I mute? No, it didn't mute. So, here we go. Let's figure it out, and let's fire it up. Get this party started. I'm awful. I own the Felix for a few months now, but have yet to fly it because I need to learn it. It looks like such a nice quality add-on. Oh, Justin, yeah, you got to learn to fly it, man. It's the best add-on in Xplane, my friend. Best add-on in Xplane. I'm going to turn Xplane down a little bit quieter there. The wind noise is kind of loud right here. And audio check. We'll turn you up.
A Boeing 747 carrying 524 people careens out of control in the skies above Japan. Alarms blare in the cockpit as the pilots desperately grapple with an aircraft which seems to have a mind of its own. Oxygen masks drop from the ceiling, and terrified passengers write last-minute notes to loved ones. What has caused the massive tail to explode off the aircraft, and will the pilots be able to coax their stricken plane back to the airport? This is the story of Japan Air Flight 123.
Japan 123. Oh yeah, here we go. Audio check. Dun, 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 dun. Love it. How's the audio? Audio good? Justin dropping the 5 gifted memberships. Justin, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Oh, man, appreciate you. Very, very kind. Justin, if you pick a membership up from him, make sure you shout him out and say thank you. Appreciate you. Very kind of you, sir.
On the evening of August 12th, 1985, 509 passengers and 15 crew boarded a Boeing 747 operated by Japan Airlines at Tokyo's Haneda Airport.
Man,
they were bound for Osaka, about an hour to the south.
I swear, peak Xplane looked better than the end of Xplane 11. Like, peak Xplane 11 was the best, and then as it got towards the end, it got kind of weird, at least for me, and then 12 is getting better. But, man, I look at some of these old Xplane 11 shots when we had these old shader mods and all this stuff. Man, it actually looked half decent.
Southwest. This route
Short
was one
flight,
of the
I like
busiest
that.
in Japan, with thousands of people making the journey up and back every day.
It's a nice livery, too.
And on this day, Flight 123 was full to the brim. It was the beginning of the Japanese holiday season of Obon, and many of the passengers were making their annual trip back to their hometowns. They were not to know, as they stepped on board that evening, that the aircraft they were flying on was hiding a critical weakness, one which had been growing like a cancer for years, completely undetected. Today, just minutes after takeoff, it would reach breaking point. For the pilots, the flight was something special as well. Sitting in the captain's seat was 39-year-old First Officer Yutaka Sasaki. He would be acting as the captain for this flight, under the watchful eye of the flight's actual captain. With just under 4,000 hours of total experience to his name, Sasaki was being promoted to captain on the 747.
Very cool, so he's
having
on
been
OE.
first officer on it for the last 6 years. On this flight, he would have to prove that he was ready for the upgrade. Sitting to his right, and supervising him, was 49-year-old veteran captain Masami Takahama. Takahama had been flying since 1966, in which time he had accumulated over 12,000 hours of flying experience. Nice. By this point, he had been flying the 747 for over a decade.
Wow.
And sitting behind the pilots, at the flight engineers station, was the third crew member, 46-year-old Hiroshi Fukada. Fukada had logged almost 10,000 flight hours in his time as a flight engineer, and was highly experienced on the 747, having amassed almost 4,000 hours at this seat.
So we've got a highly experienced crew, and it's kind of neat. We have a kind of getting a sunset over here. I kind of want to see a sunset. So we're getting a OE training scenario going on here. Should I just move it to the other side so we can see the? Do it like that for now. This way we could see a little bit of the sunset. Training captain, check airman, OE. So you basically have two captains up there now. One is his first flight. He's doing some, I don't know how many hours they do at Japan Airlines, but same thing happened to myself and anybody when you upgrade. You're going to sit in the left seat, act as captain, but you got to be checked out, right? You got to be checked out as captain. We call that operating experience, or OE. So he's new in the left seat, but not new to the airplane, and two highly experienced other crew members up there with the check airman and the flight engineer. So got a good crew here, and full airplane, 7-4. Heyday of flying, man. A heyday.
Fukada had been
T6,
flying
what's
all
up, my
day.
man?
This was his third flight on this aircraft this evening.
Wow, 3
The
flights
other two
in
pilots
one
had
day.
joined him for this flight after swapping out with the previous crew.
3 7-4 flights
With
in
this
a day. That's
experienced
crazy.
crew, the passengers could not have been in safer hands. However, the emergency, or rather emergencies, that they would face on this day was something that the crew had never been trained for. At 6:05 that evening, Flight 123 pushed back from the gate at Tokyo. It was a sweltering summer evening, and thunderstorms had been hammering the country all day. To avoid them, the pilots would be flying a bit south of their usual route, over the sea. This flight would be a short one, so short that almost as soon as it reached its cruising altitude of 24,000 feet, it would begin descending again.
Cruise altitude 24,000 feet. That's awesome.
At 6:12, First Officer Sasaki lined the aircraft up with the runway and applied takeoff power. Within moments, the massive jet and its 524 passengers and crew
love that.
were airborne.
Look at that shot. So that's so crazy to me. 747, essentially domestic flights. Dude's doing 3 legs in one day. That's why I kind of want to download the America West livery or something and just try to do a turnaround, like a Phoenix to San Francisco and back, or Phoenix and LA and back. I mean, that had to be relatively exhausting on a different level than doing multiple flights in today's day and age, just because the sheer amount of manual work that has to be done every leg, and to do multiple legs like that, crazy. 524 passengers, man. That's nuts.
Flight 123 climbed out over Tokyo Bay and made a slow turn to the right towards Osaka. For the first few minutes, all went to plan. As the plane climbed, it began to
What's up, diabetic
pressurize.
lad?
air brought in by the engines was being fed into the cabin.
Packs
so
on
that
after
the air
takeoff
pressure inside
checklist.
the cabin was greater than the pressure outside. As the plane climbed and the air outside got thinner, the pressure difference between the air inside the cabin and the air outside the cabin grew greater and greater. The thin aluminium skin of the plane stretched ever so slightly.
What's aluminium?
As the air inside pressed against it. This happens on every flight, and this particular aircraft, which had been flying for 11 years, had gone through this cycle uneventfully over 12,000 times.
Do we know if the real aircraft, was this a 747-200, the real airplane, or was it a 100 or something? Okay, we're getting a peak sunset moment here in Xplane. Let's take this sunset in here, though, real quick. I mean, not bad. Not bad sky colors there, chat. Not bad at all. Look at that. Atmospherics look good. Clouds in the distance. Man, I feel like this was a Man, I got to say, half step back for some of the clouds in this Beta 2 update. I feel like the far clouds look worse than they did in the other update. Coloring, though, is bang on. The coloring is better than 2020 Microsoft. I'm going to hot take and say it right now that the sunset color right now, this color palette, is better than the 2020 version. This is right on par with 2024. Entering its own blue hour. Oh, that's nice, man. Look at that. Look at the shine off that. Look at that. Oh, man. Should we just do... We might have to do IFE from outside view, chat. Hold on. Let me see if I can set this up. What is Shift 6, Gus? How do I make the view so I can, like, lock spot? What's the locked spot view? Is there such a thing? Whatever you Xplane fans are. I don't want to hit something that's going to send me to a tower 1,500 miles away. View. Still spot is Shift 2. Ride along. Shift 6. That's the one I want. Yes. Chat, because we might have to do this. We're going to watch the video like this. I wish I could rotate it. I can't quite. Oh my goodness. I'm actually really liking that. Look at that. I'll turn the sounds all the way down so we don't listen to the engines whining in the background, but beautiful. Beautiful. All right, let's get back into it.
In the cockpit, the flight engineer monitored the cabin pressure as
Wait,
the plane...
is Felis here? Is Felis in the chat? I didn't see him pop by. I think it's late for him right now. Felis, if you're here, I don't know if you heard, but your autosave, best thing since sliced bread, man. Fantastic. I don't think he is here. Good evening. Sorry, I missed the start of stream. He is here. Felis. Hey, Felis Leopard, I got to say, man, I know I said it before. Your airplane is truly the best airplane in Xplane 12. It is a true work of art. And we had a little oopsie with Xplane. We had a Vulcan device error 2.5 hours, 3 hours into our stream out over the ocean. Autosave, boom, right back, one click, booted up flawlessly. And we're back cruising in less than 5 minutes. So, Felis Leopard, guys, give him some positive rates for Felis Leopard because he is, for the most part, pretty much a one-man team, right? As well. I mean, the fact that you're able to put this airplane together the way you have is just fantastic. I cannot say enough good things about it. Cannot say enough good things about this bird. Dylan, what's up, man? Xplane looking not bad these days. I know, dude. I know, Dylan. Xplane is coming to the party, man. Look at that. We got a little bit of a sunset here. I was trying to do our. I was trying to set up the view so we could watch our IFE and look at the airplane at the same time. But now we're getting the anti-aliasing ants again. But that's kind of the view we're gonna go with for right now. What's the rest of this here? Matt B, you just picked it up because of the autosave? Heck yeah, man. That is best. It's just, I can't. It's awesome. Here we go.
And climbed out, ensuring that the air remained breathable.
All right, so we just
for the
took off. We're pressurizing. We're looking good.
But what he didn't know, and what nobody on board knew, was that the bulkhead in the back of the plane an umbrella-shaped structure, which held in the pressurized air from the cabin,
Aft bulkhead.
had a critical weakness. Years earlier, while landing at Osaka, the plane had landed hard on its tail, causing significant damage to this bulkhead.
So Fly Navy landed.
The damage was so bad that the plane was grounded and extensive repairs were carried out.
Ooh, hard landing report. Wow.
But the repairs to the bulkhead had not been carried out correctly. This meant that every flight since this incident, as the plane climbed and the air inside the cabin pressed against the bulkhead, tiny cracks began to grow. And now, after 12,319 flights, as the plane cruised high above the Pacific,
12,000 flights
catastrophically gave way.
Oh, brother.
What you're now about to see is a completely accurate rendition of the flight's journey from this point on. The position and movement of the plane, as well as the audio you're about to hear, has been meticulously imported directly from the flight data recorder of this flight. Pandemonium erupted on board, as the pressurized air inside the cabin forced itself out of the hole which had now opened up in the rear of the plane. This wave of pressure blasted off a huge section of the aircraft's tail, including the rudder, the auxiliary power unit, and several other critical components and control systems. In the passenger cabin, everything that wasn't tied down was torn loose and propelled out the back of the plane by the torrent of air.
So I've done a rapid decompression a couple different times. Interestingly enough, it wasn't done by the airline, but I did rapid decompression in training of CFI school, and then for another thing that I was a part of. And well, I don't know if he's going to get to it here, but during a rapid decompression, they may have been low enough where it may not have happened, but you'll also have a fog out. Like you'll just create a bunch of fog. You can't see anything, which can be quite the surprise as well. And if they do that in the sim, sometimes they'll just do a bunch of, they'll send in dry ice, or they'll do the dry ice vents, because in some of the simulators, they can actually simulate smoke in the cockpit, or decompressurization or depressurization. They have the dry ice smoke. But yeah, you talk about freak out. You go from just chilling there, listening to your Walkman, and then all of a sudden, it's just white out. Everything's pandemonium. Rapid D, oxygen master dropping. Not a good place to be in.
Ceiling panels in the rear of the cabin were torn loose and flung back into the void as well. The passenger oxygen masks dropped immediately, and the passengers scrambled to attach them to their faces. In the cockpit, the cabin altitude alarm was blaring, alerting the pilots that the air
Hey,
inside
we heard
the
that
plane
on our
was
first
now
takeoff.
too
We
thin to breathe.
forgot to put the packs back on.
But as the pilots were about to learn, that was the least of their problems. The captain decided that they had better turn back to Tokyo and land immediately. He set the transponder's squawk code to 7700, the universal distress signal. Then, he instructed the first officer to turn the plane to the right, back towards Tokyo.
So, I guess I'm slightly confused, because we have two captains up here, right? So, we've got the captain in the right-hand seat and the FO in the left seat. I'm not sure. I'm assuming the captain he's talking about here in the right seat is the check airman. He's telling the captain in the left seat is doing the flying. But that I'm having a hard time understanding there. However, I have mixed feelings about people using it for crash investigation videos. On one side, I don't mind, and people are free to do that. On the other, I kind of feel bad for my model being torn apart. Oh, man, Felix. I know. I was actually wondering how they get that animation to tear that model apart there. That's pretty wild. But look at it this way, Felix. For folks that end up doing these videos, there might be another pilot watching that will learn something from one of the videos, take it away, and save his life or someone else's life in the future. So think on the positive side of things, because that's what we try to do here at the end of the day when we watch these. We're breaking them down. We always want to learn from accidents that have happened before us and try to take those lessons and apply them, if applicable, in the future to prevent any other tragedies. So I would look at it that way. But here we go.
Okay, it's been 1, 2, 3. We got some depressurized. Turn back to Moza. Roger, approve, Roger, like this.
Definitely sounds like it's struggling for air.
Roger. You want right or left arm? Right heading 090, red to Oshima.
But as the plane turned to the right, it started banking way too steeply. But no matter what the first officer did, he couldn't turn the plane back to wings level. This pointed to an extremely concerning possibility. It suggested that the hydraulic systems, which powered the plane's flight controls, had lost pressure. The flight engineer watched in horror as all hydraulic systems bled out.
So that's got to be big time hair raising. Losing all 4 hydraulic systems. I don't know. I'm not typed on the 7.4, obviously, but I mean, you're always told, well, you're never going to lose all your hydraulic systems. You're never going to lose to see them all fading back to 0. That's not good. Hydraulics are the lifeblood of an airplane. So here we go. It's just getting started.
Within seconds, the flight controls had been rendered completely ineffective. The captain asked the flight engineer whether it was really the case that the hydraulic pressure had reached 0. The pilot's worst fears were confirmed. All indications were at 0. The loss of all hydraulic power was practically a death sentence. Without it, the pilot's controls were useless. No matter how much they tried to use their control columns to make the plane climb, descend, or turn left or right, it wouldn't work. And as for the rudder on the tail fin, that was in even worse shape. It had been blown completely free of the plane. The pilots had essentially become passengers on their own aircraft.
Yeah, the rudder doesn't even exist anymore on the aircraft. That's a problem. I don't know if it's cable. I don't know if the 747-200 has a full manual reversion with cables. I don't know. That'd be a good question. Maybe Felix knows the answer to that. But a lot of times, though, even if you have a cable-driven system, you're running to an actuator that's using hydraulic pressure to move the flight control surface, right? So without hydraulics, you won't be able to move it. Now, like the 737 and stuff, they have the reversion modes where you can use a cable to move the surfaces, but then you're going to be fighting against the relative wind, which is going to make it a very challenging experience for you, especially when you're going fast. Felix says, I don't think so. All flight control surfaces are hydraulically driven. I would imagine that kind of makes sense because you look at the control surfaces. I mean, they're massive on the 7.4. I don't know how you'd be able to move those without hydraulics anyway. Maybe that was the thought processing behind the engineering of that, saying, hey, we need at least hydraulic fluid to move the surfaces. So, because I don't think you're moving trim tabs or anything. But, yeah. Not very good scenario to get started off in here. Let's go ahead and reset our view now that the sun has set. We'll go ahead and... oh, that's kind of beautiful there. Look at that and the fading off. What I like to do, though, is turn on the wing light, and then we'll go from the planned view from here. So we'll bring this back up over here like so, and we'll send it from here. And they are unbalanced too, hard to move manually. So there you go. So it would appear that you would need hydraulic fluid in the 7.4. Crazy.
The controller offered radar vectors to guide the crew back in.
124, fly heading 090, radar vector to Oshima. Ground control, roger, understood.
For air traffic control, this was the first sign that this was...
Real quick, what's crazy to me, the discipline that these pilots have, because they're still speaking in English. They're talking to a Japanese controller. They're Japanese. They're obviously fluent in Japanese. And you would think in the heat of the moment that maybe they would revert to what their primary language was. But that just goes to show, in my opinion, the discipline that this crew has. To go through this emergency and speak English on the radio is pretty wild.
It was a serious emergency. This wasn't just a plane returning with a faulty engine or a sick passenger. it was out of control. Normally, a plane's tail fin or vertical stabilizer acts like the fins on an arrow or a dart, stabilizing its path through the air. Without it, Flight 123 began to swing from side to side like a falling leaf, in a phenomenon known as Dutch roll. This was a nauseating movement for the passengers, many of whom began to feel ill, on top of the terror from the decompression. And with the rudder now gone from the aircraft, the pilots had no way to stop this motion. But this side-to-side movement was not the only control problem the pilots had. Without hydraulic power to move the plane's elevators, the pilots could no longer control the pitch of the aircraft. As a result, the plane began to enter a terrifying roller coaster cycle. First, it pitched up and began climbing. But as it climbed, it lost speed and began to pitch back down and descend. Then, as it descended, it gained speed and began pitching back up again. This sickening cycle is known as phugoid motion, and it continued unabated,
Makes me
with the
nauseous
plane
just
gaining
watching
and
it.
losing thousands of feet with every cycle. For the passengers, this was like something out of a nightmare. It was clear that the plane was, in the most fundamental sense, out of control. Many began writing notes to loved ones. The flight attendants rushed around the cabin, instructing the passengers on how to use the oxygen masks, while stopping to take breaths from the few spare masks hanging from the ceilings.
Wow.
This picture was taken by one of the passengers on board. The chaos in the
What?
cabin rings through.
I've actually never seen that photo. That's pretty wild. Going chair to chair, row to row, using the... It doesn't look like they have a PBE. It does look like... I can't tell if that's a PBE or a portable... not a PBE. A portable O2 mask or not. I can't tell what that silver thing is, but... That's insane. I've never seen that photo.
Here, you can see a flight attendant taking oxygen from one of the spare masks. Incredibly, in the cockpit, the pilots still hadn't donned their oxygen masks. They were so focused on trying to regain control of the plane that they didn't even think to do this. But now, hypoxia was beginning to set in, and at their altitude of 24,000 feet, there is only about 1/3 as much oxygen as there is at ground level. The pilots' focus was narrowing, and their ability to think critically was becoming impaired. Over the next few minutes, discussion between the crew members became increasingly sparse. Tokyo Air Traffic Control called the flight, but the pilots were so mentally overloaded from the emergency and from hypoxia that they didn't respond to the controller's calls. The rest of the air traffic in the area continued on as normal, receiving their instructions from air traffic control to climb, descend, and change headings.
So, if you don't know what hypoxia is, basically it's lack of oxygen to the brain. And everybody reacts differently. Everybody has a different tolerance, how much they can take, how long they can withstand with the oxygen depletion or the lack of oxygen. I've been in the hyperbaric chamber. I talked to you about that earlier when we did the rapid decompression. And you get to experience your own side effects of hypoxia, and they film you and you watch. You get, there's tests that they do. They give you a little puzzle piece, very simple puzzle to put together, or spell your name, say your name. And hypoxia it's very sneaky because the onset, you don't even know what's happening. For me, because I've been through it, I know what my symptoms are, a little bit of lightheadedness, a little bit of shortness of breath, which is pretty standard. But before you realize it, you're completely incoherent and you're not able to do basic functions, but you have no idea that you're even out of it, if that makes sense. And then once you get oxygen on, or you get down to a lower altitude, you come right back and you feel like nothing has happened. You have no recollection of what just happened. So it's a very scary thing to be a part of, especially if you're in an airplane and it's an uncontrolled situation like this one here. But they don't even realize what's going on until later on. I think maybe they piece it together. But the lack of communication between the tower and the controller, or in the flight deck even, would lead us to believe that they are being they're being affected by the hypoxia. Now imagine you're still fighting for your life, so you have adrenaline fighting against that. You're fighting for your life at the controls, but now trying to do that while you're just completely drunk, essentially. It's almost like being drunk. Everyone gets drunk differently, but trying to fight for your life and fly the airplane with that going on is it's amazing that it didn't just roll over and crash at that point, to be honest with you. So that's kind of what the hypoxia is all about.
High above the Japanese countryside, the pilots of Flight 123 and their more than 500 passengers were on their own. There was, however, one part of the plane which the pilots could still control.
His engines look different.
The engines. So the question was, how would they be able to use just the engines to control the movement of the plane? In theory, the pilots might be able to dampen the up and down motion of the plane by manipulating the engine power at just the right moments in the cycle. They could try to stop it from climbing too much by reducing the engine power as the plane entered a climb, and then increasing it again as the plane began descending. With a bit of trial and error, the pilots could try to get the timing just right, and get the plane to fly within a much narrower range of altitudes. Once the pilots could stabilize the plane's altitude, they could then start thinking about ways to dampen the incessant and sickening rolling motion of the plane. The task ahead of them was monumental. With death staring them straight in the face, the three pilots, now dulled by hypoxia, would have to learn how to control their crippled aircraft precisely with nothing more than their engines. Their training on the 747 was extensive, and between them they had decades of flying experience. But this situation was beyond anything they had ever encountered. As the pilots tried their...
Yeah, you don't really train for loss of entire tail section of your airplane, bulkhead loss. That's not really something that you would train for. Settling the phugoid motion down with thrust, that's kind of their only option. Try to figure that out on the fly while you're hypoxic and subject to all the motion. Incredible.
Hands at this new way of controlling the plane, Tokyo Air Traffic Control chimed in with some options.
Alright, you're pretty 72 miles to Nagoya. Yeah, can you run to Nagoya?
The captain decided that he would rather return to Haneda than fly to Nagoya, which was closer. Haneda was bigger and had more extensive emergency services. If he could make it to a runway, it was going to be more of a controlled crash than an emergency landing.
Sounds like a wise choice.
He would need all the help he could get for his 509 passengers. The controller could hear the stress in the captain's voice, and to lighten his workload, he told him that he could now speak in Japanese.
There you go.
Meanwhile, the flight engineer spoke via interphone with the flight attendants in the back of the aircraft, trying to get a grasp of what had happened. At this point, the pilots were still completely in the dark about the nature of the damage to the aircraft.
So it sounds like they're trying to get... Now, I haven't seen this Green Dot episode, but I know this accident. It sounds like they are, according to the comms here, they think it's a cargo door blowout, maybe. Like the cargo door blew out the rear. That was a thing on the 747. If you remember, United lost a cargo door. I think even, like a DC-10s were losing cargo doors. I think that was after this, though. But it sounds like, we had a blowout of the cargo door or something, rapid decompression, maybe took some hydraulics. That's kind of what they're trying to figure out. But you hear the altitude alarm beep, beep, blaring in the background, beep, 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 and just the sheer commotion that they have going on, all while trying to keep everything afloat. Yeah, almost like 191, Rayman, almost exactly like United 191, where they were using the power to fly the airplane. Real quick, we need to come back up here, check. We're going waypoint 6 to 7. That checks out, and fuel status 48. We're going to drop these. Why are these still running? Though I thought that we'll open the reserve tanks and dump them in. I did my fuel balancing wrong on this flight. Maybe I was supposed to have these open. Anyway, we'll dump those in there. Let's get back at it. I had the fueling down. Now I forget it. been a week and I've already forget how to do the fuel panel. Felis, yeah. Do you have a link? Yeah, post. I don't know if you can post it though. Let me see if I have one. I think Nightbot won't let you post it, Felis. Invites are disabled. I can't get an invite from the server either. See if it lets you, Felis. You're not gonna get in trouble. Just go ahead and send it, man.
The stewardess told the flight engineer that the back of the plane had been damaged and that a baggage compartment had collapsed. He relayed this information to the pilots and also told them that the passengers were all wearing their oxygen masks. But the two pilots didn't respond. By this point, they were hypoxic and so overloaded from their desperate attempts to control the plane that they couldn't process what he was saying. Their situation would have been dire even without hypoxia, but with it, it became nearly hopeless. The human brain makes up just 2% of the body's weight, but it uses 20% of its oxygen, and the brain area most sensitive to a reduction in oxygen supply is the cortex, the thin layer of cells on the brain's surface. This part of the brain is responsible for higher order functions like problem solving and carrying out complex tasks. In other words, exactly the kinds of things the pilots needed in this emergency. The flight engineer continued to try to get through to the captain, pressing him on the need to start an emergency descent.
Thank you, Zippy. I mean, it's incredible to me how calm and professional this crew is in the midst of chaos. They're showing the now he's the flight engineer. Remember, a good flight engineer is going to have a big picture scenario, right? He's sitting behind the pilots. He's got the panel in front of him, but he's behind the pilots. He should be seeing the big picture of things like that. So it looks like he's got it under control. He's like, all right, we need to get the mask on. Can we put the mask on? And that's a good thing because they need it. You can tell almost the way the captain said, yeah, like it's almost, you could tell he's under the influence of hypoxia. So there you go. Got the Discord link in chat from Zippy. Awesome. Thank you, guys. That's a new permanent one from Felis. Awesome. It is on sale right now, chat. If you haven't already picked up this the Felis 7.4, stop wasting your time and just do it because you'll be able to fly along. We're doing about one long haul every week in the 747. So if you want to follow along, go ahead and get it now while it's on a sale. You will not be disappointed, I promise.
This time, the pilots responded, and they agreed. They needed to put on their oxygen masks and start descending immediately. But this is not what happened. Unable to think clearly, the crew continued their fruitless battle with the aircraft's controls. But on one front, they had made some progress. By carefully timing their movements of the thrust levers, the pilots had managed to dampen the severe phugoid motions of the plane. It was still following the up-down cycle, but not as dramatically as before. This was a significant improvement in their situation, and a source of hope for the crew. They had now proven that they could control the altitude of the plane, at least to some extent, using just the engines. But they would have to do a lot more than just maintain altitude if they were to make it back to an airport. Japan Airlines contacted the pilots and asked them about their whereabouts. They had received word from air traffic control that the plane was in distress. Quite how much trouble it was in, though, they had no idea. The flight engineer told them that the right-hand door at the back of the aircraft had broken, perhaps fallen off the aircraft. As it happened, this wasn't the case, but it was all he could glean from his instruments as he tried to make sense of the aircraft's widespread failures. But at
That's
that
tough
moment,
to listen to,
the
right?
flight was not in an emergency descent. In fact, it hadn't descended at all. The plane was still cycling up and down, between 20,000 feet and 25,000 feet. Passengers sitting on the right-hand side of the plane could see Mount Fuji passing by beneath them, and just beyond it, the sprawling metropolis of Tokyo. It was so tantalizingly close,
Jeez.
and yet, at the same time, impossibly out of reach.
Still makes me nauseous
If
with
the crew
looking
were
at this
going to get
freaking
back to the
Fuga in
airport,
motion all the time.
they would need to descend.
Dom, my friend, welcome to Commercial Pilot.
The first officer pushed the control column fully forwards with all of his strength, but it was no good. It seemed that no matter how hard they tried, the pilots couldn't get the plane to descend. To have any hope, they would need to try something different. That's when the flight engineer had an idea. It was a good idea. Lowering the landing gear would slow the plane down, which would help it descend.
Lowering the gear. Got to change something, right? Dom dropping 20 gifted memberships. Dom, how you doing, my man? Hope you are well. Thank you for the support. Glad to have you on board as a commercial pilot, man. Welcome. Welcome to the channel, dude. We'll open up the crossfeed valves. We'll just open them all up. I don't know why my fuel balance is so whacked out on this one. But Dom, massive 20 gifted subs. Y'all pick a membership from up Dom. Make sure you shout him out. Say thank you. Very, very kind of you, my friend. All right, we are 147. Turn these off. And I burn those down. Team green indeed. I did see a lightning strike out there. I was wondering what that was all about. I don't see anything in front of us. I think we should be okay. So we'll go ahead and get back into it here. So at this point, I mean, you got to try something differently, right? I mean, you're battling the 7-4 up and down, up and down. Nothing is working. You can't just give up. So what are you going to do? You got to keep trying. Try something new. You got to figure something out to see if you can get more control in the airplane. Lowering the gear, his thought process here, like Green Dot said, get some drag out, try to get the airplane down because they got to get down to a lower altitude. So because they don't have any oxygen up at where they are. You also have a limited supply of oxygen too, right? I don't know how long this whole thing went on. I can't recall, but that's also part of the deal, right? You only have a limited amount of supplemental oxygen, so you can't just fly around above the O2 level indefinitely, because then when everybody runs out of oxygen, it doesn't matter if you get control of the airplane or not, you're all going to pass out, and it's not going to end well that way either. So they're trying something new here.
It was unorthodox, but put mildly, so was everything else on this flight. But the captain didn't think it would be possible to lower the landing gear without hydraulic power. All of the plane's controls, apart from the engine thrust levers, had become mere decorations in the cockpit, cruel ornaments mocking the crew's near total loss of control. But there was still one way that the crew could lower the gear, if they could only think of it. On the 747, as on most aircraft, it's possible to lower the gear without the use of hydraulic power, by just letting them drop under their own weight. The flight engineer suggested this method to the captain.
Yeah,
The captain wasn't sure if he wanted the gear lowered just yet. He and the first officer had been trying for minutes to stabilize the plane's flight path, and against the odds, they had achieved some level of success here. By lowering the gear, they would risk throwing all of that progress out the window. But in the end, the captain knew they had no choice. They would have to lower the gear at some point anyway, so why not now? The pilots tried the alternate gear extension method. Slowly, but surely,
that's pretty cool.
The 747's massive landing gear began to drop into the slipstream. A few moments later, they were down and locked into place. But aerodynamically, the results were mixed. On one hand, the up and down motions of the plane had lessened somewhat.
A little bit more
However,
drag.
the Dutch roll had gotten stronger. Whatever the pilots did, it seemed as if they could only smooth out one axis at a time, either the vertical or the horizontal, but not both. It was beginning to dawn on them that their situation might be hopeless. But they continued fighting. Now, they were going to attempt to use the engines to steer the plane back to Tokyo. The first officer pushed the engines on the left side of the plane to high power and kept those on the right side at a lower power. The plane continued swaying from side to side, but gradually it swayed over to the right, back towards the city. As the giant plane made its turn, Tokyo Control tried to contact the crew.
Stanley 123, Stanley 123, Tokyo Control. If you read me, ident, please.
But nothing the controller could possibly say could even come close to mattering at this point. Early on in their training, pilots are taught the phrase aviate, navigate, communicate.
That's right.
This is the order of importance when flying a plane, and the pilots of Flight 123 were barely able to do the first of them, aviate. Communication with the ground was the last thing on their minds. The captain told his colleagues to ignore the controller and focus on flying the plane.
Yeah. You can hear in his voice, I mean, you can just, he's speaking Japanese now, right? But you can hear in his voice that he's just like, we just ignore that. We need to fly the plane. And what's pretty incredible is I don't know if they're both on the controls here or not, but it sounds like he hasn't taken control and tried to do everything himself. He's let the first officer, who is the captain in training in the left seat, stay in control of the aircraft, and he's observing, and maybe he's working with the thrust levers here. There might be some mixed coordination, but he hasn't. If you remember, what was it, the Korean air crash that we watched, where basically the captain would just ignored everybody, everything was on him, and then, just drove it into the ground. He's keeping a good situational awareness, and he's instructing what he wants to be done, although it's pretty futile at this point. But just the situational awareness that the crew is keeping, and the willingness to not give up is pretty incredible at this point. I mean, the fact that they are just battling this terminally ill airplane to this extent is pretty phenomenal.
With reduced power on the engines and the gear fully extended, the plane finally began to descend. For the first time since leaving Tokyo, the plane had now dipped below 20,000 feet. A few more thousand feet, and the air would have enough oxygen for the pilots to breathe. By this point, they were physically and mentally exhausted, and in their hypoxic state, they didn't think to switch which thrust levers were producing high power in order to stop the turn when they started to point towards Tokyo. Rather than switching them around and pushing the right-hand engines to a higher thrust setting, they had simply reduced thrust to all of the engines. The turn they had started with the intention of heading back to Tokyo now simply continued all the way around. In the cabin, the passengers' oxygen supply was beginning to run out. If the pilots couldn't get the plane down to 10,000 feet soon, they too would become hypoxic. On the ground, shocked onlookers watched as a 747 careened through the sky above them. Some people took photos of the aircraft. Despite the graininess of these two photos, the missing tail is clearly visible.
Look at that. I mean, it's completely gone in that photo. Like a little bit there. Almost looks like maybe it ripped off even further. I mean, that is insane. There's no recovery to that. The fact that they've kept it balanced this long is just incredible. I want to check real quick. What's our waypoint? We're going 6 to 7. Okay, we're good. 6 to 7 checks. Fuel check. 45, 45, 19. Okay, it's coming down. All right. Wow.
It was obvious, even from the ground, that this aircraft was in extreme distress. But the only ones who could do anything about that were the 3 men in the cockpit. And even they were barely hanging on. As the plane descended, the amount of oxygen in the air slowly began to rise. Gradually, the pilot's mental capacity returned. Mere reflex and half-conscious reaction was beginning to be replaced by conscious, deliberate thought. For the first time since the explosion, the crew could now think about their situation, rather than just react to it.
Right, try to get ahead of it. Now, right, remember he mentioned that they never brought the power back on just the high-power engines in the turn, so it just made a 360. You could chalk that up to hypoxia. No, I wanted to say something. My specific or personal reaction to being hypoxic, after I got the oxygen back on and after the exercise was over, I was extremely mentally fatigued after that, for hours after that. I think I took a nap when I got home. But I just remember driving in the van. They bussed us down there to the chamber and then back. I was extremely exhausted mentally. Like physically, I was like kind of like blah, but it felt like my brain had been doing a lot of studying or something. You're just mentally tired, kind of foggy. Even though I'm completely back, I just felt tired. So I can only imagine that fatigue has got to be wearing in on these guys as well. Now, again, they have adrenaline pumping like crazy, I'm sure, to help counteract that. But keep that in mind, too, as your mental state, the mental picture of what these guys are going through.
And as they did, the true gravity of the situation became apparent to them.
That's nothing you want to hear. This may be hopeless. That is, A
total loss of hydraulic power is an extremely rare event in a passenger airliner. But on the few occasions where it had happened, it didn't end well. The pilots of Flight 123 were well aware of this, as they regained lucidity at lower altitudes. But at the same time, they were now better placed than ever to regain control of their aircraft. No longer suffering the dulling effects of hypoxia, they would finally be able to coordinate their problem-solving efforts and work together as a crew. In the passenger cabin, a flight attendant made an announcement to the passengers that they would soon be able to take their oxygen masks off. But this very saving grace, a lower altitude, now brought a new danger. Straight ahead of the plane loomed a towering mountain range.
So, I mean, they're both, the flight attendants are doing everything they can. Even though the captain said this may be hopeless, you can tell in his voice, he's not giving up. He's like, right turn, we got it. They are flying it until it ain't flying anymore, and they're not giving up. Talk about double-edged sword. Hypoxia at altitude or terra firma at low altitude? Which one do you want to pick? Talk about giving two bad options to choose from. Neither one of them is going to work out for you. Unreal.
It wasn't clear that a turn would be enough to clear the mountains. They would also need to climb back up to a higher altitude. With all of its engines at full power, the plane entered a steep climb. So steep that there was a risk that it would lose speed and stall. The captain told the first officer to reduce power somewhat so that they could keep the climb going without making it too steep. But in its severely damaged state, making precise changes to the flight path was like conducting brain surgery while wearing oven gloves. Controlling the pitch of the aircraft using engine power alone was an incredibly crude technique, but it was the only option the pilots had. But within just a few seconds, the aircraft had lost a huge amount of speed. If it lost any more, it could stall and fall from the sky. The first officer pushed the control column fully forwards, but this did nothing. He then pulled the engines almost back to idle, and finally, the plane began to pitch down. But it was too much. The gigantic aircraft, now flying at just 9,000 feet, entered a terrifying dive.
What's up, Fubar? Good to see you, man.
The pilots pushed the 4 throttles fully forwards in a desperate attempt to power the plane out of its dive. They were now perilously close to the mountains, which began to block out the evening sun as the plane got lower and lower. In the midst of this fight for survival, Tokyo Control tried to contact the aircraft individually using the selective calling system,
Listen to the cell
which rang
call.
ominously in the cockpit as the pilots battled for control. With full power to the engines, the plane now entered a rapid climb, the steepness of which the pilots had never experienced. The nose was fully 40 degrees above the horizon.
Of course, they freaking get a cell call on top of everything else now. They're trying to contact him via cell call. Talk about oral and audio, what is it, exclusion, auditory exclusion. And you can't hear anything anymore because there's just so much going on. Of course. I mean, and what an ominous sound it is on the recording, too, in the background.
Then, as the airspeed rapidly bed off, a new warning joined the fray. The stick shaker vibrated the pilot's controls violently, alerting them to an impending stall.
Not good.
Once again, the plane entered a horrifying plunge. The pilots knew that this couldn't go on forever. They had become mere passengers on their own plane, reacting to its erratic movements as they happened. A witness on the ground would later describe the plane's movements as being like that of a staggering drunk. The pilots knew that to have any chance of saving their jet and its 521 passengers and crew, they would need to try something different.
Gotta keep trying. They're still not giving up. They're still not giving up. What's up, JJ? Good to see you. I thought there would be hydraulic fuses that would stop fuel leak fluid. Hungstart, that came after this incident. That was actually a remedy because of this. So that's what Boeing did after this. Remember, a lot of the safety and the comforts that we enjoy in today's aviation, we only have them because it was paid for in blood and in previous generations. So that fusing, the hydraulic fusing, was a result of this crash.
The first officer suggested lowering the flaps. These would allow the plane to fly at lower speeds, reducing the risk of stalling. There was also a chance that they would provide some much needed stability to the plane's flight path. But without hydraulic power, the only way to lower the flaps was via the plane's backup electrical system. The pilots activated this system and began lowering the flaps. At a snail's pace,
Good idea.
powered by the electrical system rather than the immensely more powerful hydraulic system, the plane's flaps began to extend. The first officer continued his Herculean efforts to bring the giant aircraft under control, and this time, it seemed to be working. By carefully timing his movements of the thrust levers, he had managed to arrest the plane's roller coaster motion. For the first time since the beginning of the emergency, the plane was now flying roughly level. The crew were now cooperating fully, their minds no longer dulled by hypoxia. This was their chance. They had to make it back to the airport now. The pilots contacted Tokyo Approach Control, but they were so disoriented from the plane's violent movements that they had completely lost track of where they were. How far were they from Tokyo now? Where would they have to point the plane to get back there? The flight engineer asked the controller.
You can hear someone trying to call him on guard. I never caught that before. Let's see, 3236. You can hear an aircraft on guard. It sounds like an American aircraft trying to talk to him on guard on 121.5. Hear him?
They were 55 miles northwest of Haneda, not that far for a 747. They could cover that distance in a matter of minutes. If they could turn their plane around and head towards Tokyo, there was a chance that they would be able to make it back in. And given their newfound stability, this was beginning to look possible.
Right,
The first
glimmer of
officer
hope,
pushed
right?
the throttles
Glimmer of hope.
forwards to counteract the drag that the flaps were now creating.
Stop the
But
flaps,
the flaps,
stop
which
the
initially
flaps.
helped the pilot stabilize the plane, now slowly began to turn against them. Rather than stopping at a certain point, the flaps continued to extend.
Now,
as they-
why was that? Is it electrically deploy flaps and there's like a zero and full? You can't stop them intermittently, or was it some type of malfunction? Because I've wondered this, like, why can't they just stop the flap deployment? Because it's an electrical deployment, right? I don't know. I'd have to dig into the systems on that standby flap there, but it's almost like it's continuing to run past where they need it, because a little bit of lift is good, right? 1, 2, 5, 10 even is lift. You start going past 10 degrees of flaps, you're really going to start increasing the drag. Also a problem that you can possibly run into when you have a damaged aircraft like this is asymmetrical deployment. Now, I don't know what the asymmetrical braking is, or if there is any of that on the 7.4, probably not even back then. But you get an asymmetrical flap deployment, which, spoiler alert, that is part of this. That could be detrimental to the airplane as well. See, this is as release a code. You hold the switch, flaps move. You release it, the flaps stop wherever they are. Right, Fearless Leopard, and that's how I would imagine they would work. So I'm assuming maybe they malfunctioned or something, because to my knowledge, the flaps were actually, I want to say, dang near close to full. Like, I'm trying to remember what the NTSB was involved because of Boeing, but they were significantly deployed, let's say that. But I'm with you. That's how I would understand it to work, and that would make the most logical sense. You press the switch, they deploy, you stop the switch, the flaps stop where they are.
They did. The flaps on the left wing began to extend further than those on the right wing.
And that's a problem.
This created more lift on the left-hand side of the plane, pulling that wing skywards and putting the aircraft into a gradual right-hand turn. Degree by degree, the pilot's hard-won control was beginning to slip away from them.
What are we going to get into here, chat, in a roundabout way? So if you go back to that 7.4 crash that we talked about, where they were in that hard right turn because the asymmetrical crossover control airspeed, right? Where you have to have a certain amount of speed before you lose your crossover control, and then that's it. You're done. It's going to roll over. when you don't have a rudder, or you have a very small rudder on this particular aircraft now, that speed is going to be way higher. So that's also going to come into effect here when you've got asymmetrical roll. You don't have a horizontal stab. It's no bueno. Felix says the problem is if you have 2-degree difference in any flap, they will lock and cannot move. Okay, so that would make sense, right? Lock them in position. The Airbus has wingtip brakes, same thing. If you get asymmetrical deployment, it will stop. The flap deployment mean 2 degrees between left and right wing. So and that totally makes sense with how I would believe the airplane to be designed, because that would make the most sense. In this case, then, it must have just been a malfunction. I mean, who knows what else was completely damaged when the bulkhead blew out. For the flaps to continue to deploy and for them to continue to deploy asymmetrically, that means that there's something else broken in the airplane. Which, I mean, they're going to find out here at somewhat of an altitude versus, imagine if you were low altitude on final and then you deploy flaps and then that happens, right? Now you have less altitude to react. So just not good all around. I mean, I think back to that 380 Qantas flight where they lost an engine, and then the captain, they decided to configure the aircraft at altitude to see how it would react. Now this crew doesn't have that luxury, but it's obviously not reacting the way that they thought it intended was. I'm going to wind it back just a little bit because I was wondering if he said something more about the flaps. Let's listen to this part again. 3313.
Stabilized the plane, now slowly began to turn against them. Rather than stopping at a certain point, the flaps continued to extend. And as they did,
yeah, see, that's
the
wrong.
flaps on the left wing began to extend further than those on the right wing.
That's a busted ship.
This created more lift on the left-hand side of the plane, pulling that wing skywards and putting the aircraft into a gradual right-hand turn. Degree by degree, the pilot's hard-won control was beginning to slip away from them. As the plane banked to one side, the captain called for the flaps to be lowered further, to 10 degrees. He didn't realize it, but by this time, the flaps were already at 15 degrees, and were continuing to drop even further.
See, that's not good.
Second by second, the imbalance between the flaps on the left and right wing only became greater. The first officer pushed the thrust levers forwards, but for some reason, he pushed the ones on the left side to a higher power than the setting for those on the right-hand side.
Opposite of what he needed to do.
None of the crew noticed this, and the plane began tipping over.
See, he's saying halt the flap, so I don't think the flight engine... Who said that? Who said halt the flap? The captain said halt the flap. So, I don't know. The fact that he hasn't pulled the 2 thrust levers back, this could be fatigue setting in, right? I mean, just extreme mental fatigue. They're doing everything they can. At some point, it's going to start... Your mind is going to start breaking down in this type of stressful environment. Whether you call it a brain fart or just breakdown of the environment, this might be the nail in the coffin right here. Not being able to, because the only way you're going to stop that roll, right? You already have roll control. Well, the only way you would have a chance at stopping that roll is reducing power on that side and increasing thrust on the downwing side. But doesn't appear that's happening.
Right-hand side. None of the crew noticed this, and the plane began tipping over.
Yeah, captain saying halt the flap. Wait, what did he say about crowding? Hold on. Power. Flap. Stop crowding together. Okay, so I wonder if the flight engineer is still manipulating the flaps. Maybe he was holding them down. I don't know. We might have to do some digging on that, because if he's saying stop crowding together, maybe it means because there's too many people right here in the way, and he's like there's too much going on. I'm not sure what he's referring to when he says stop crowding together. I'm just speculating. The FO that's flying, flap up, flap up, flap up. He say, hey, whenever you do something on an airplane and you get an undesirable result, what are you supposed to do? Undo what you just did. So the flaps were working, the flaps are not working. Flap up, flap up, flap up.
The plane was now on its side and slipping rapidly towards the mountains below. From this low altitude, there was little space to recover. The aircraft began diving at over 18,000 feet per minute, 10 times the normal rate of descent. Instinctively, the pilots pulled fully back on the controls with all of their might. But it was too late. The right wingtip and its outermost engine hit a mountain ridge and were ripped off. The plane spun onto its back and careened into the mountainside at hundreds of kilometers per hour, igniting into an enormous fireball. Air traffic controllers watched on helplessly as the plane disappeared from their radar screens. They tried to contact the pilots, but got no response. Just 1 minute later, their worst fears were confirmed when a Japanese military aircraft reported seeing a huge burst of flames in the Nagano mountains. The US Air Force had a plane flying nearby and offered to help to search for survivors, even though
I wonder if that's the same aircraft that was talking on guard, or who knows. There is a military base there, though, US military base in that area.
it looked like there would be none. But Japanese authorities rejected this offer, preferring to send their own country's rescue forces to the scene of the crash.
That bothered me, and it still bothers me to this day. Why? You just lost an airplane. There's somebody there that is offering assistance. Why wouldn't you not come back to the culture thing, maybe? Sense of pride? I don't know.
However, because they didn't believe anybody had survived the crash, the Japanese didn't dispatch their rescue teams to the crash site until dawn the next morning.
That's the other thing. If you're going to do it yourself, okay, but you're not going to do it till the next day? That costs lives.
12 hours had passed by the time they arrived, and doctors who arrived on site said that passengers whose lives could have been saved had they been discovered sooner had succumbed to their injuries during this time. In all, of the 524 passengers and crew, only 4 people survived.
Jeez.
All of them were seated in the back of the aircraft. This figure would likely have been higher were it not for the disgracefully late response of the Japanese authorities. As a result of this crash, Boeing redesigned the tail of the 747 so that rapid pressure spikes in the tailplane would no longer cause the kind of structural failure which occurred on Flight 123. They also redesigned the plane's hydraulic systems, installing a fuse so that the loss of the aircraft's tail would not result in the total depletion of all 4 hydraulic systems.
There's your hydraulic fusing.
Japan Airlines also modified their maintenance procedures, putting in place stricter supervision of important repair work and making regular inspections more thorough. The airline's public image suffered a tremendous blow as a result of the accident, with bookings dropping by more than a third across the country in the weeks following the crash. Flight 123 remains to this day the world's worst single aircraft crash. If there's anything good to come from it, apart from the safety improvements made to the 747, it's that nowadays, rescue efforts are carried out as soon as possible after an accident, regardless of its apparent survivability. Thanks for watching this episode. If you'd like to see more episodes like this, you can watch this playlist up here. And if you'd like to support
that, my friends, is tough. That is a tough one to watch, indeed. Let's see, we're doing... Well, we lost some of our speed there. Why are we going so slow? How's our fuel? Still doing fuel things. Virtual Flight Diaries had a good question. Why is it so bright in here? Oh, beacon, strobe, wing. Huh. It's like extra bright in here today, or tonight. Why'd the captain not take control? I don't know. Remember, the FO in the clip, he's calling him a first officer. He's a captain in training, right? So he is the acting PIC, and I don't know, maybe the training captain thought that he had a better situational awareness being right there watching what was happening. Either way, I don't think it would have made much of a difference, because if the pilot flying was not doing what the pilot monitoring thought was appropriate, I'm sure he would have taken over controls at that point. A dome light's on. I think yeah, dome light's on. Logos light's on. Storm light off, on. Ooh, I forgot to turn those on. There we go. Thank you. Much better. Much more cozy now. Much more cozy. Look at this. This is a hell of a view right here. Boom. Malaysia 370 is different. About the response. Yeah, that one's also a highly controversial one to talk about, but if what you take away from that, and what we always taught, and when I was going through training and stuff, especially going from, learning about commercial pilot and hazardous attitudes, and just not having resignation, right? It doesn't. If you're going to crash, you fly that airplane all the way to the crash. And someone said in the chat too, the fact that anybody survived that is mind-boggling. I wonder who the survivors are. Are the survivors still alive? Probably not anymore, right? Unless they were children. I can't imagine what that must have been like. I wonder if there's any stories about the survivors. I wonder if they ever did any what do you call it? Like, not podcast, but maybe like a tale of being on it. Japan 1, 2, 3. One was a flight attendant that survived. Jeez. But yeah, Dale, the pilots flew that pilot all the way to the end. Yeah. A flight attendant. I want to look this up. I want to see who the survivors are of 1, 2, 3. Japan Air 1, 2, 3 survivors. Only 4 individuals survived. Force 2 cabin crew members and 2 passengers. Wow. And then there's photos of it with the tail completely gone. Oh wow. No, that's not. That's the recent one. I wonder if they were alive. Wow, there's a picture of Kiko Washino, 19, just before boarding Japan Air 1, 2, 3. Man, that is a sombering photo. She did not survive the crash. Look at this. That is a sombering photo right there. That's the jet. That's 1, 2, 3. Wow. Anyway, it was actually 4 passengers, one of whom was an off-duty flight attendant who survived. The entire crew died. Really? Also, as an off-duty flight attendant that survived that was seated in the back. Oh my gosh. Have you ever watched the Chepkonese 2016? What is that? Lamia? Is that the Lamia crash you're talking about? I'm not sure what you're talking about. That. I'll never look at that livery the same way again. Yeah, it hits home, dude. It's what year was that? 1985. No, I'm trying to think. No, my mom was no, she wasn't. She was not with Pan Am at the time. Crazy though. The Chapkanese was 2016. I'll have to look into that one. Zippy says a child survived after being ejected from a plane as it tore up and landed in a tree. Yeah, I think I remember reading that one too. Like the trees kind of cushioned the fall. Wasn't there a crash too where a flight attendant, like the tail, like the airplane came apart midair and she survived because she was pinned by a galley cart in the aft galley? And the way that it landed landed on a mountainside, and it slid down this mountainside. I thought that was a crash too. I thought maybe that one was in. Was it in Russia? I can't remember. But yeah, there's some pretty wild ones out there. But the fact is, I mean, can you imagine when they hit that? I mean, they knew what was going to happen ultimately. I think when they rolled over, and then when they clipped the right wing into a mountain. Just, Yeah, it was a bomb and a Balkan Air. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. That picture of the flight attendant holding the mask was taken by Satoshi Ogawa. Wow. I think it landed in the woods and pancaked a lot, absorbing the bulk of the impact. Yeah, that's the one I was. That's the one I was referring to. Where it's just incredible that it even were able to survive that. There's theories about the pilot and something with 2 AWACS planes. Which one are you talking about? Oh, Malaysia 370? You know, we did a Malaysia 370 breakdown on that Sydney to LA flight in the middle of the night, but we'll probably end up doing another one just because of the sheer popularity of that crash, and people want to know, and since the fact that they've started a new search for MH370, right? Which I still don't know how I mean, I want them to find the airplane, obviously. But like, what are we gonna find out? Ooh, what are we gonna find out? You know, if they do find it, which I'm not sure if they actually will. Wait, they stopped it again? I thought they just started it, Kostas. Did they stop it again? Zippy says a number of passengers died after impact due to exposure, kind of reinforcing the fact they should have conducted the rescue ASAP. Mm-hmm. Well, that's just the unfortunate culture on that one. I'm trying to get our mock up here a little bit more. Let's pick it up. Ground speed is 481. I guess I could check on my PFD. We're going waypoint 6 to 7. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Let's pull up our map. It's our nav log. Let's see where we're at here. I hope we're not going to be too off course. We're supposed to be navigating to waypoint 6 to 7, which is just a fix. So the Rostas was 987. Yeah, inside. Let's go direct to Rasta, which is going to be current waypoint 9, I believe. 2815-30200. Yes, so let's do this. Let's go waypoint change. Let's cut the corner here. Why does it say 244 miles? They're 24. I don't like how it says it's that far away. I don't like how it says it's that far away. That is the right waypoint though, right? Waypoint 8 is inside 2800, 2500. ATC's coming on. Well, I hope they do. They give me a radar vector. Is there a way to see or drift value? Like how much the INS has drifted? GCXO towers on. Nice. What is going to be the let's go to airports real quick. We still got a little ways to go. I'm going to have to hit the lav one more time just because of all the coffee I've had. Airport approach. Well, what's the weather right now? Right now, ATIS, blah, blah, blah. Weather, 320 at 11, no SIG. So, airport 10-9 or 20-9. Probably going to land 3-0. So if I look at the approaches, ILS, what? What's clicking happening? I hear clicking. This will probably be us. Or it'll be the Yankee. Hopefully vectors. Just got back from Memphis. Career day on Signature Ramp. Sweet. T-Mac, what's up? Welcome in, dude. No, that's for 1-2. We don't want that. ILS Zulu, ILS Yankee 3-0. Nope, no physics-based camera. Just straight up old school. I like this one better. Track outbound on the Loc. Los Rodeos VOR 16.2, which, yeah, right. No way we're going to pick that up out here, but I'll put it in nav 2. Someone said my waypoint, let's see. I'm afraid not in flight. Only on ground you can enter ramp coordinates and check distance. Ah, okay. Okay. Thank you, Felis. And before that, you should erase all updates by entering 1 in status page. I gotcha. Well, we didn't. So on this particular flight, Felis, there was no VORs available for the entire route. So we were pretty much, I put it into triple mix on the ground, and then that was it. We took off, and there was really no DME updating for the entire flight. So I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen. You guys said I have this wrong. 2800.0 west 025 00.0. I think it's okay. I think it's all right. We'll see what happens if it makes a turn here. That's inside. Oh, direct to Rostad. No, I'm not direct to. Not direct to. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. You might be right. Maybe I'm confusing it. So that's 8. 9 is the same. 20. 25. Rostad's 25. 28. 15.3. We're only 2.6 minutes out, so let's see what happens here when we make the turn. We'll make sure everything is kosher when she makes the turn. If I go back to our map page real quick, I was trying to see where that fix was. There's Rosta. There's the fix. Yeah, we're kind of battling it. Isn't it waypoint 8? You were trying to make waypoint change to 9? Yeah, I'm going to let it... I'm going to just see what happens here. Here comes the turn. Let's see. After we make this waypoint change, I'll redo it. I already put waypoints 3 and 4 in there for the destination. We'll see what happens here as we make this turn. Should you always use triple mix? Hunkstart, as far as I'm aware, Felix can answer, I'm pretty sure triple mix is the most accurate... Well... It's the best option for the 3 INS units to use, Felix, right? Is that correct? Right? Because it's going to take all 3 units and it drives it to the HSI or something. I know Anthony was here earlier. He was explaining it. But essentially, yeah, you're taking the mixed position from all 3. So we shall see. Here's 1.3. If we make a 180-degree turn, go the wrong direction, then we know we screwed something up. Antonio, you just got the Felis 7.4. Fantastic, man. Well, get all trained up, Antonio. We're going to be doing another flight next week. Maybe not. I'm going to try next week. Maybe not, though, because we're going on vacation. But what we might do is we might do some short-haul Felis flying. So, talk about workload. Be kind of fun to do a short haul, like I say short haul, not like Phoenix, San Diego. But what if we did like, I'd like to take a Battleship Gray. Do we have a good Battleship Gray livery? We can go San Francisco to Phoenix. That would be pretty cool. Or San Francisco to Denver. You know, something less than 5 hours. Although I must say, I do love getting it dialed in for a longer flight. I mean, what I said when we first went live, you know, being able, when you do a long haul, if I wasn't streaming, right, I'm going to set it up, and I'd imagine a lot of you do the same thing. You just kind of, you go off into cruise, and that's it, right? And you wait, you come back after cruise. So after gear up and autopilot on, there's not a whole lot of flying that you need to do. So the setup is so much of the quote-unquote vibe. And being able to take, I mean, I try to go fast and just be efficient with the setup, and it still takes me, if I wasn't streaming, I bet you it would take a solid 30 minutes to set everything up from cold and dark. Which is, I mean, when you introduce streaming and reading chat messages and then throwing in ATC, I mean, it takes an hour to get off the gate, which I love that. Yeah, so that worked perfectly. Slight right turn, 261. 32 minutes. Beautiful. Waypoint 7 to 8. So if I waypoint change 09, I'm afraid it's going to screw everything up here. Let's cancel that. I don't like that huge number. It keeps popping up. But we made the turn, so that's good. We're looking good. Waypoint change 8 to 9. Oh, when I do 0 to 9, is it referencing the ramp? I thought it would be PPAWS. PPAWS 8 to 9. I won't mess with it. I'm not going to mess with it. But we do have to get ready to recycle, which I can't remember after we did the restart. Waypoints 3 and 4 have been updated, right? To 2748.9. And 1753.1, that's HIE. Waypoint 4 is the field, 2828.9, 1620.5. Beautiful. Those all check out. All right. Sorry, I was on my break. There you go, Anthony. What's up, man? Good to see you again. Sorry, I saw you chatting there at the beginning, but I was so heads down trying not to put this thing into the hill there off the end of St. Martin. I didn't get to read all of them fully, but yeah, we were just referencing the triple mix. Oh, I know what I need to do. I want to turn the cabin lighting off for the, yeah, much better. Oh, real dark. Oh, it's real dark now. Bang. Maybe I should do, there's no like auto cabin light? Or there is auto. I don't know if I could adjust it. Felis, I have a question. At the beginning of the stream, so I don't have random fails on. I have conditional failures on. I don't remember what I did, but I probably did something improper. But we tried to start engine number 3, and we had no light off. So we aborted the start. I looked into the failures, and it said engine 3 fail. Is there something that I could have done that would have broke that engine 3 start sequence somehow? I was just wondering if there's something in there that maybe I could have learned, or was it just maybe it was a random failure. I don't know, even though it was off. I'm pretty sure it was off before I loaded up the flight. But yeah, we had a fail to ignite on number 3. We got 20% N2, fuel on, no light off. Skill issue, most likely, AJ. It was most likely a skill issue. Anthony said, I've made that St. Martin takeoff many times, albeit in more sprightly airplanes, the 7.5. Oh, yeah. That would be awesome, man. I would love... I wish, let's put it this way, if a particular airline still had 7.5s when I got hired by them, I would have gone there to fly the 7.5. But they had retired their 7.5, so I didn't go. I love the 7.5, man. Can't wait for our 7.5 that we're going to get in Microsoft too, Bluebirds. We're going to need your help on that one, Anthony. We're going to need a 7.5 expert for the Bluebird 7.5. I should be P-pause, but the way it does it now looks like I need to check if it still updates the zero waypoint. I will note that. Awesome. Thank you. Philip says it could be a sim failure. Ah, you're right. It could be a sim failure. Because I think I have Xplane failures on. So that might have just been it. I mean, I don't know. It was pretty cool. Like, we push back. It just go figure it happens at the most busy ramp. I mean, there's 50 freaking airplanes in St. Martin. We're all battling for a takeoff slot. And 20% N2. Fuel on. No light off. Rip. Abort. We started number 2, and we kind of joked about it. We said we would have just had a nice vacation there in St. Martin. We'll extend the overnight if it was real life. Bluebird is also making a 7.8. Yeah, in about 16 years. Captain Shack Oatmeal. Wait, is that the Shack Oatmeal? I can't tell. We have a different profile picture. Mr. Shack Oatmeal in the house. What's up, man? I can't tell what that is, but it looks like an airplane. I can't tell from my stream view. 757 Talk, I walked in and heard of God's gift to aviation. Amen to that, Shaq. Amen to that. After the 7.4 and the 7.2, the 7.5 is God's gift. Yes, it is me, Go Birds. Oh, get out of here with those Go Birds. William, I'm on the Airbus, man. I fly A320 series. Quick, disable Xplane failures ASAP. I'll make sure I disable them for the next stream. I'll disable them for the next one. I'm going to turn off. I want to turn off overhead lights. I want to readjust some of these things. Dome is off. That's all good. All right, cool. So then let's do control panel stand. Forward panel. I want those on bright. Panel lights. Ooh. There we go. Maybe just crack the background light. Yep. I mean, you cannot tell me there is a better cockpit than the 747 Classic. The 400 is nice, but you don't have a flight engineer panel. The L1011 is a close second, but I like the 7.4 better because I like the quadrant of the 7.4 better than the L1011 throttle quadrant. I think this is the best cockpit out there. Concorde is okay, but it's good. It's good, man. I'd put it either before or after the L1011. But I don't think the Concorde is better than the 7.4 Classic. It's good, though. It's good. The 7.4-200 overhead looks more organized than a regular. It does, man. It does. Reset Jet, what's up? Anthony, the Flight Factor 7.5 needs work, to say the least. They are working on it, thankfully. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the Flight Factor 7.5. I keep forgetting we have that. Who's in the A340-600? Just don't leave your hand after the flight engineer panel. Oh, you talking about in the Concorde where it expands? That's really cool. Recording in progress. What is this? Data entry. What is this actually? What's EFDAR? EFDARS? Something? There's an A340-600 going down. Not good. Oh, this is the flight data recorder. Electronic flight data attitude reference system. I don't know. I'm just making that up. I have no idea. Brake temp monitor. Love that. Hydraulic quantities. All looking good. It looks like we're going to have to refill number, what's that, number 4? Looks like number 4 is going to need a refill once we get to the ground. Once we get into Saint Martin. Let's see, 36. Yeah, we hosed the fuel again, but we're getting down to it. We're getting down. We're getting closer. KLM 502 is out of fuel. Uh-oh. Do we need to check? Let me check the map. Speaking of fuel, how you doing, Vodka, in that 727? Man, I was in front of everybody. Now I'm bringing up the rear because of my my crash. That sucks. I still look like we're on course, though. Iberia 727 is still 35,000 feet. Just looking at these other aircraft in front of us. Iberia's doing 456 over the ground. Who's at 39? A 787? Ground speed of 522? Must be in yellow sim with fake weather. I dialed it back to 7.7 to save fuel now. Nice. Zippy, that's you? Oh, it is you. We're doing 4.8. That's the best we can do. Alright, so we're going 7 to 8. Let's just try waypoint. Let's go straight to Rodasta. Let's see what happens here. Or let's go direct to Rasta, which will be waypoint 9. That works. That checks. 55 minutes. Damn, we still have an hour left? $37,000 feet. Gross weight 579. Could go to 37. Wonder if we should go to 37. Might be too close in. Might just be a waste of fuel to climb up there. Let me look at the. Let me look at this. We'll do some flight engineering stuff here. Let's get away from the fuel controls though down there. let's kind of move our panel like so. All right. I wanted to look at the winds. Nah, see, that's about right. They die off right through here. That's where we are. Winds aloft. We have our flight plan winds at the very end of this. Cost index doesn't have 7.4. Thought I had a win. Here we go. Descent winds, sector winds, Rasta 34, wind velocity and temp 330 at 13. At 39 it's 295 at 19 plus 7. What are we getting right now? 356 at 23. We're prior to Rasta. So we're getting a north wind at 24 knots. That's about right. I mean, this is also an old wind report, right? It changes. We still got 400 miles to Rasta? Is that right? Do we have enough gas? 1 hour to Rasta, and From there, it's going to be inside of Rasta. Rasta to high is 115 and 91. Should just call it 200 miles from there. So we got 600 miles. An hour, a little over hour. What are we burning? 5,700. Fuel, we've got 35. We got plenty of gas, right? So we've got totalizer. We've got 100,000 pounds of fuel. 5, 10, 15, 20. Just call it 25. 25,000. We should be okay on the fuel. Rule of thumb, if you use SimBrief fuel, don't forget to add alternative contingency fuel and some reserve. From what I've heard, it gives you minimum nav fuel only. Yes, Felis, it does. We actually we were very careful with that. We did add some additional fuel from the SimBrief profile, which worked out just fine. And I commend you on your accuracy of your takeoff numbers, because we blasted off with minimum takeoff runway requirement was 7,465, I think, and the runway was 7,500 feet. And let me just say this: we used all available runway for departure. So your numbers didn't lie. We were airborne safely. But it was a spicy takeoff, that's for sure. We didn't roll it, though, either, which is good. We didn't do a roll. We didn't do an inverted flat spin. None of that. What an amazing cockpit the old 7.4 has. All the characteristics of the luminous golden age of aviation when it was majestic. Yes, it was. Sophia's did an amazing job in revising the classic. Yep, in reviving the classic. Absolutely, Juan. I couldn't agree more. Still flying. What's the ETA? About an hour. Probably about 90 minutes. About an hour and a half. We'll probably start our descent prep here in about another 30 minutes or so, as we get ready for a descent in there. Did KLM 502 fall off, Team Vodka? Although it's 99.9% glass, the 7.8 looks like a comfy flight deck. Take a trip to East Jesus. Nah, man. 787? Gross. He's still descending over 16,000 feet. Not good. KLM 502, radar contact lost. Slap a G1000, call it 74-9. Well, that's pretty much what it is. Or it's Dash 8, right? The 74-8, they call it the Dash 8. Basically what it is, man. A couple of G1000s in a 7.4 panel. I think we'll take one small lab break here in a few minutes and head down. I'm just glad that we were able to use that autosave. That would have been so depressing. Only if someone knew what happened to Quality Wings? Yeah. So my question is, what time is it going to be locally in Gran Canaria? How do you, is it Gran Canaria? In Tenerife? No, yeah. It's the Canary Islands, right? Or am I thinking of a different island now? Fatigue is setting in. I just wonder what time local it's going to be. It's got to be 11 p.m., almost midnight. So do we just stick with real time? Or do we run it forward and try to do a sunrise arrival? Let's start a poll. It's low ceilings right now? Uh-oh. Are you night current? No. No, I am definitely not night current, especially in this thing. I was hoping to maybe get 3 touching 3 bounces, you know, and get current in 1 landing. Low ceilings right now. What's the best Airbus in Xplane? The best Airbus in Xplane, that's pretty simple. That's going to be the Tolus. All right, well, I'll tell you what. Let's let that pole marinate. We'll take one more quick lab break because I've had a lot of coffee, had a lot of tea, and when I get back, it'll be about time to start doing descent prep. I'll just continue the soundtrack from where we were. I'd vote for the Unibuild's A300. Oh! I forgot all about the A300 in Xplane. I do not know how functional it is, though. I haven't flown the Unibuilds in Xplane in a long time. Can you get autosave at Xplane 12? It is by default enabled from the developer. The developer Felis has enabled autosave function. That is fantastic, by the way. It is fantastic. We used it once, and it worked just as it should. Monitoring fuel 34, 33, 19. All right, cool. So if I did this correctly, we would have been about 31 on each side, and then we would be getting ready to open the reserve valves now. But I already opened the reserve valves because we screwed up the fuel balance on this one yet again. So I swear one of these days I'm going to get it right. And right now we are navving towards Rasta. That's our waypoint 9 from there. We've got our SIVA set up to go to the NDB and then the airfield. We might actually throw in some additional. We might throw in like something on the approach so we can have the approach stuff programmed in the SIVA. So we will do that here in just a minute. I'm going to take a quick lab break. I'm not even going to put the sign up. I'm just going to run to the lab, stretch the legs, do a few squats, and we're going to be on top of this descent. We got to do this one proper. The last couple descents we've been a little bit slacking. So last break, and we'll be on our way in. Take it easy, Anthony. Take it easy. Thanks for stopping by and sharing your experience, man. We appreciate you. Just intercept from TFN? Yeah, I probably will. Probably will. What if the poll turns out to be a tie? Then you're all dead to me. If you haven't already, hit that like button. We're almost at 400 likes. That's awesome. Gotta love it. Anytime we get up to 400 likes on a 7.4 stream. Beautiful. What's the thing above the flight engineer panel? It's the deck angle. It's our pitch. Right now we're about 3 degrees nose up. Costas has control. I'll be right back. Costas is navving to Rasta. Did we lose him, chat? Did we lose him? He's climbing? KLM 502 is alive. All right, Gus, are you still here? Somebody who chooses to accept the mission. We're going to land in the sunrise. We have 1 hour till arrival. So if we have 1 hour till arrival, what time do we need to set the sim time at right now? He made it. He's back. He's back, chat. He's back. Where's the blue light coming from? Reflection. Oh, from up top?
Cabin crew, take your seats.
Spare bulbs. I need to come out here to the crew rest facility. Come on, fly long haul, bro. It's so fun. What's crazy is that's about all I could see if I remember from my upper 747 deck view. Sunrise is 7:30 a.m. Set the current time to 5 a.m. Alright, so 6 UTC. We've confirmed that we need to set this to 6 UTC. And how do I do that? Shift K, Shift L. I think I'm going to have to turn track weather off though. Let's see. Or time off. Real world time. Yeah, so I have to go in here and stop this. Flight configuration. Customize. Turn you off. 192110. We'll turn you off. Done. Apply changes. I hate that you can't do that like without reloading everything. Shift L. 0Z. 02Z. Ooh. 04Z. 05. We'll make it 614Z because that's what time it's almost right now. Well, it's 14 past. What? We have a sunrise, chat. He has risen. 502 still alive. It's funny. 502 made it. It's an Easter miracle. That's awesome. It probably disconnected me. Nope, didn't disconnect me from my Veo Premium. But you know what it did disconnect me from is my yoke, which that would not have been fun to find out at 1,000 feet. Return 14 minutes? No. Not returning 14 minutes. Thought I saw something sparkling down there. The color transition is... okay, fine. Well, you said you told me to do that like 4 minutes ago. I'll do 602Z. Look, Gus, look. All right, 602Z. 0602Z. Who turned on the Mexican jazz? Let's turn our wing light off. Why am I hearing cartel music? I don't know. I was just gonna ask. Where's my OOI playlist? I need some OOI songs, man. OOI's baller. How about this one? I hear a lot of like wind noise in my headset. Like it's not the cockpit or external. I'm hearing like a wind noise. I need that volume mixer thing. Yeah, it sounds like there's a window open. I'm kind of sad I can't get any more than 8.3 Mach. Let me go EPR command hold. Let's go max EPR. Get some more juice out of these engines here. There's 8.3. 8.4 almost. 8.2, 8.32. Outside view. Oof. Loud. Oof. Stay inside. Eight, 3, 8. Come on. The little 7.4 that could. Eight, 4. Come on, give me 8.5 Mach at least. There it comes. Alexander, you made it into Tenerife? Nice. We're getting ready to start our prep here real soon. Gosh, I love this airplane so much, man. The gauges and everything. Eight, 6, maybe? Eight, 6 Mach. Right there. Mach hold. Hold it. Steven, what's up, man? Hey, Steven, dude, I meant to get back to these. I had the alert box muted for a couple of different things here. Hold on. And Steven, I noticed you dropped by earlier. Let me get this going for you, man. Sorry, dude. I was AFK when this happened.
Bank angle.
Just wanted to pop in and say go Nuggets. Go AVS. Beat LA. Beat Dallas.
Yeah. Thank you, Steven. Appreciate the $15 bank angle check, my man. I appreciate you. Beat LA, beat Dallas. We'll see about that. But thanks for the support, man. Appreciate you. Sorry I missed that a while ago. I still am connected. I should be, yeah. I'm just at the tail of the line now, thrust set, because we had that crash earlier. JJ also dropped a $3 super chat earlier. JJ, I do apologize, man. Do you remember the 737 that crashed short of the runway on approach to Vilnius Airport?
Bank angle.
This one here.
Bank angle.
Do you remember the 737 that crashed short of the runway on approach to Vilnius International Airport? The reports out that the co-pilot inadvertently shut off the engine like hydro pumps trying turn on the anti-ice on. That's what caused nose to dive.
Bank angle.
Yes, I do.
Bank angle.
Always gets me.
Do you remember the
I didn't mean to play it again. Sorry.
that crashed short of the runway on approach to Vilnius International Airport? The reports out that the co-pilot inadvertently shut off the engine like hydro pumps trying turn on the anti-ice on. That's what caused nose to dive.
Yes, I do remember that accident. That was the recent one, right? And they looked at the hydraulic pumps that, not good, man. I've always, what's crazy is I did that in the sim. Like, I think on my last PMDG flight, I accidentally hit the pumps instead of the hydraulics. And even Flight Navy was like, oh, I've never done that. As a joke, meaning he's almost done that in flight. I'm kind of surprised it's been this long for someone to realize to accidentally do that. But the fact that no one caught it, just a, Swiss cheese, right? Everything had to line up just perfectly. Freaking got him, dude. It's unfortunate. Thanks again for the bank angle check, man. Appreciate you. Aviation Dude 95, thank you for the 6 months of support, my man. Very, very kind. Appreciate you. The 737. Yeah, I'm surprised nobody noticed that. I guess it was right at there was a caution. They canceled the caution and just hand flew it. I mean, is that, typical Boeing behavior? We'll shut it off. We'll deal with it on the ground. Just hand fly. But unfortunate, man. Very, very unfortunate. KLM 502 leveled at 15,000. He made it. Who's KLM 502? Are you in the chat? It's probably JJ. The co-pilot even asked the captain to verify anti-ice was on. Captain confirmed, though he turned off hydraulic B. Oof. Not good. What's the status of the crew? Like, were they fatigued? How many flights have they done that day? That would be my next question. That's going to be my next question. A fly-by-night operation like that get pretty exhausting. Got to be careful. All right, I'm going to start looking at some charts here. Oh shoot! Let's look at the charts because we figure we're going to program. What's this? What's Hotel Romeo? Can I pick you up yet? What VOR are you? El Hero 13.2. Chat, we've got a DME fix. 284 though. It's too far away to do a DME update on that. And we're not getting a signal yet. We're just getting a DME on override. So a little far out. La Palma be 12.4. But all right, so going into Tenerife North, we're going to plan this one. The ILS a Yankee runway 30. This is the full procedure. You basically fly over Los Rodeos VOR and then proceed outbound and do a procedure turn. I'm hoping we'll get radar vectors. We might just radar vector ourselves. Big mountain to the south of Tenerife, so we don't want to fly into there. These fixes I don't have to put in the box. I should put LRO in the box though. So let's come up here and what did I put in there? NDB? What's Hotel India Echo? Bum, bum, bum. I mean, that must just be an NDB on the field. I don't know where Team Vodka got Hotel India Echo from. We're going to put in 17.7 Tenerife North. No, we need to put in Los Rodeos VOR, which is going to be, what did we say? LRO 16.2. I got to look at my sky vector to get some new waypoints. All right, LRO waypoints. Los Rodeos. Oh, HA is the DME I just tuned. All right, we're going to throw this in here and do some adjustments. Waypoint 3. Is Hotel India Echo. Yeah, we're going to change you. Waypoint 3 is going to be located at LRO North 32 53 8. Insert West 79 46 9. Insert. That's going to be our new waypoint 3. Waypoint 4 is the field 2829 1620.5. That checks. I don't need to put anything else on there because we should get a vector coming in most likely. So that's good. We can put that away. We'll put that away for now. Let's go back to the map. I almost want to go direct too right now. Trying to see if I can pick up any of these VORs. La Palma 12-4. Picking up DME and override, which is pretty cool. But we're not picking up the actual signal yet. '79 West? What do you mean looks wrong? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's LRO. That's the wrong direction, LRO. Jeez. Oh my gosh. In SkyVector, it it added a VOR in the United States. Oh my gosh. It entered the Pleasant Field, a phase in Mount Pleasant Regional in friggin' South Carolina. All right. Let's do TFN then. Thank you. See, fatigue. This is why I bring on all you flight engineers here on this flight. All right, now I've got a proper TFN. Let's go ahead and fix this here. Waypoint 3. Goodness. North 2832 decimal 2. 2832 insert west is going to be 1616 decimal 1. Beautiful. There we go. That's waypoint 3. Waypoint 4 is the field. Donezo. Beautiful. I didn't file a star. I know there's a few actually. RNAV, arrivals. 2 left, 4 left. What are these? Oh, not that one. Let's clean up some of these charts. We don't want this chart anymore. That's the airport page. Samar. Nope, we just looked at that one. That's 22B. 22C. No, that's coming from the northeast. 22D. No, that's from the east. Hero from the southeast, we could go to El Hero and then up and over. But I'm just going to proceed direct to the field because I don't want to fly south. So we are 12 minutes from Rasta. We're going to go Rasta direct to the field since there's approach online. POV Magenta Airbus Captain trying to fly Boeing. Hey man, ooh, I hope that blew out your ears, Felix. Did that just for you. What's up, man? I think that Hotel India Echo vodka had in there was the wrong Hotel India Echo as well. I'm looking at the coordinates. Yeah, vodka tried to hose me on that. That's the wrong coordinates. It's El Hero. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is why I should do my own flight planning. See what you did here, vodka. El Hero is the same 3-letter identifier, but complete opposite part of the world if I would have plugged it in as is, and it was from Rasta. Yeah, I don't want to fly that. That's a kind of a funky arrival. We're just going to go Rasta direct to the field, or direct to Tenerife North, which is what we just put in, right? Ah. Yep. Yep. That's the one we want. Yep, those are all right. Those all check. All right, so that's all set up. We got 10 minutes. When we get to about 5 minutes, when that alert goes off, we'll manually waypoint change it. We'll head over. With all that done, we can close the nav log. I guess we can close the flight plan. We don't need you anymore. We'll go back to the regular airport charts. We're not going to fly that arrival. Let's take a look at this. We're going to have a ILS. I'm going to do everything but the frequencies right now. Final approach course 295. Decision altitude, refer to minimums. Straight in ILS, category D. Missed approach, climb gradient, min 5, min 4, min 2.5. We can do a min of 5. 2353 in the barrow and 346. So we'll scroll you up. Good evening, Cap. How goes the flight? Hey, man, it's been a wonderful flight so far, dude. It's been a wonderful flight. The sun is rising. We're getting ready to join on with Tenerife ATIS 18575. Out of curiosity, can I tune ATIS in Xplane? I forget. And listen to it like the old school way.
Departure runway 30. Arrival runway 30. ILX Zulu approach runway 30. Wind 320 at 13, between 290 and 350. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. View clouds at 1,200, 1,700 scattered. Ceiling 2,300 broken. Temperature 14, 2.11. QNH 1022. Transition level 7. This was Tenerife Norte Airport 8's information, Charlie. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Charlie.
Information, Charlie, chat. Don't forget it.
This is Tenerife Norte Airport 8's information, Charlie. At time 2300 Zulu. Departure runway 30. Arrival runway 30. Expect Zulu approach runway 30. Wind 320 at 13. Wind variable between 290 and 350. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. View clouds at 1,200, 1,700 scattered. Ceiling 300 broken. Temperature 2.11. QNH 1022. Transition level 7. This was Tenerife Norte Airport 8's information, Charlie. Advise on initial contact.
I'm going to put 1022 here.
Charlie.
Okay, we got Charlie. Came in a little bit broken there. We'll go back to 22.8. Let's see. Inbound approach will be 26.1. I'll have them primed up, ready to go. Yeah, that jives. Yeah, I have it set to IVAL Premium ATIS. So we're good to go there. All right, 26.1. They said the Zulu approach. So we'll, like I said, it's the same minima for us, about 343. Yeah, 334 rather. It's actually a little bit lower, 334. We could fly this non-RNAV if he gave it to us anyway, except these fixes over here. So this is DME RNAV required on initial. We can't do this one. So we're going to request the Yankee because of our RNAV requirement. RNAV 1 and GNS required for initial and missed. RNAV 1 required for holding. I think, aren't we like RNAV 5 for this thing? Because then you'd have to plug in all these fixes in the missed. So the difference between this here, this is all based off of the Los Rodeos VOR and the DME. So we got to do the Yankee 30. There's a note. What does this say? Use procedure depends on activity in GCD 29. It's an airspace. It'd be this airspace right here. If this airspace is active, I guess. So, all right. We are 5 minutes out. We said we're going to go direct to Tenerife and north after waypoint 9, which is going to be waypoint 3. The sun is rising, chat. What a flight. What an epic flight this has been. Double check the fuel. 26, 26, 19. It's been holding there. We're burning it down. We're getting close. It'll be right at the limit pretty much. How's our hydraulics? Hydraulic pressures, hydraulic temperatures are all looking normal and in the green. That looks good. Let's run some landing data. You sound like you need one of them girly coffee drinks that I need? Nah, man, I'm good. I'm good. Been a long stream, though. See, we've been live for 6 hours and 9 minutes. Yeah, buddy. All right, perf landing. Load from sim. Let's see. Min, medium, max. 360. Winds are, what were they? 320 at 1.3. We'll call it 320 at 1.3. OAT is 14 and 1022. 14 and 1022, which is 3019. 3019 is set. Runway length 10,400 feet. Airport elevation 2,000 on that side? Wow. Airport, what's our touchdown elevation? 2,000 feet, huh? Okay. Interesting. 2,000 feet runway heading. Final approach course 295. Call it 290. Airport elevation 2,000 upslope. We'll leave that zero condition dry. Let's do worst case. Let's say damp runway condition. Auto brakes min, medium, max. We'll use min. VREF 140. I'm not going to click on set speed bugs yet because it'll drive the auto thrust, I believe, right? So that all looks good. And sunrise is looking good. And DME, oh, waypoint change. 03. Send it. Flyby, watch your ears. Turk is here. Shouldn't you be out glazing the 350 or something? What's up, man? Look at that. Glaze this, Turk. Watch this, sucker. Meow. Look at that. Look at those streaks on the top of the engines, top of the wings, rather. Whew. Man, I wish I had this in my home soon. At home, I'd be doing long hauls every night. What are you talking about? About Chrome thrust set? I picked up a good stuff. Oh, because you had something in your Chrome files? Interesting. All right, we're going to Tenerife. Waypoint 0 to 3 checks. We're 24 minutes out. Inbound 26-1. Let's go back to our landing. We said we're going to do min auto brake. Min auto brake is set. That looks good. Flight start. They stay on the whole time. I guess they stay in flight, right? Okay, they stay in flight the whole time. And I'm getting ready to look at the approach checklist here. Staying ahead. Before takeoff, after landing. Descent approach checklist. Seatbelts. Nice exterior lights, auto brakes, radio NS. Those we're gonna have to skip that. Flight director, check. Brake pressure, spoilers, altimeters, seatbelts on fuel panel, check. Fuel heat off. EPR computer go around. All right, cool. All right. Fetus Leopard says, that is strange. Waypoint change 03 should rewrite the 0 and new leg should start from the current position, but I see it shifts. The waypoint is behind. Yeah, Felis, what it's doing, that mileage checks out to our destination. So it's almost like when I do waypoint change 02, it's measuring from St. Martin where we took off from. So that's, yeah, because I did that earlier. I was using the INS-3 and I thought I was screwing up. I thought maybe my INS-3 was screwed up. I mean, it is now because I haven't been updating it in remote mode. I only have one INS that's accurate right now. But, yeah, I noticed that it was going from the departure airport from the pause. So, yeah, it builds a new leg from that as well. But once I go insert, I mean, this is correct. 194 and 22 minutes. So, as long as we can fly the right direction right now, I'm sure you'll squash that in due time. 512 ground speed. Heading to San A3. That looks good. Cross track air. Wind 298 at 1.5, right on the tailpipe. So, all right, we're almost there. Golly, look at that sunrise, though. Those are beautiful sunrise colors. Oh, you're talking about Brave? Oh, Brave browser? Oh. Disregard. Can you tell me what you do to stop the hydraulic pumps overheating like we discussed? Your hydraulic pumps will overheat if you have your fuel pumps off. That will overheat your hydraulic pumps because it uses the cold fuel to cool the hydraulic pumps, right? Some type of heat air exchanging in there. But I think it's after extensive amount of time having the boost pumps off. Oh, got it. All right. Sounds good, Felis. Sweet, man. Got to love it. 25, yeah, we're never going to catch up to our 1919, but there's our leading edge flaps. When will you land? Well, we are 20. Oh, that's not right. Well, close enough. How far out? We might have to start down on our own. I thought we would be in ATC coverage. We may start stepping down here pretty soon. Yeah, we're going to have to start down, actually. Felis L1011 when? Oh my gosh, that would be something, wouldn't it? Tenerife North. Tenerife North is the destination. I'm trying to see if I can get a VOR in here. Nothing. $169 miles out. And that's to TFN, correct? What I don't like is I don't even see TFN on this chart. I'm thinking loudly. All right, let's start down to 330. Let's actually make it 31,000 feet. And let's do that. Let's go vertical speed. Trickle it down. Here we go. Jeremy Harvey, what's going on, man? The CRM in the Japan Air, definitely very, very inspiring. Yeah, that was a heck of a episode to watch, Jeremy. Pretty insane, my friend. What's better, Microsoft or Xplane? Depends, man. Microsoft doesn't have a 747-200. Walking that power back. Looking pretty blue. It's blue hour in the morning. It's a morning blue hour. Which 2020 is missing. Look at the sun rising over there. Gosh, that's beautiful colors on the horizon. Ish, I know, it's very surprising, dude. Very, very surprising. So yeah, we were supposed to go HIE, but we're going basically direct to the field right now. 26.1, that's him. Approach good. Evening, this KLM 357 Heavy descending out of flight level 359er to 300.
KLM 357, now Corrección Canarias. Approach, good evening. Can you confirm your intention, please? Can you say your inbound waypoint?
Yeah, we are proceeding direct to Tenerife North via our Tango Fox November now for KLM 357.
Class 357, okay, that's gonna be a little problem because we're at your minimum flight level because of minimum radar with regard to this 30,000 feet. So I'm going to mention you turn right heading 120 degrees. I'll redirect you again to Tenerife when I can.
Okay, just confirm the instruction. It's a descent flight level 300 and heading 300 for KLM 357.
KLM 357, turn right heading 120 degrees, descend flight level 300.
Right turn 120 degrees and descend to 300, KLM 357. I couldn't hear him over the Xplane like wind noise or something. Alright, so we're going to go heading 120.
Keep it 1028. Canarias approach, good evening.
Radio,
Flight direct,
heading select,
approach,
altitude select,
Confirm that's direct Tango Foxtrot for November.
outcell Mach,
Keep it 1028, that's correct.
power's coming back slowly.
Tango Foxtrot November, for 1028, thanks.
We're going to need to pick up this rate of descent. IIS hold, auto throttles off. I've got the thrust levers.
Runway 740, full established on R&B approach. 740, continue. Continue. KLM 404, contact Tenerife Tower, frequency 118.7 per day.
118.7 for KLM 404. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
KLM 444, continue descent, flight level 100.
Chitty 7 Destination flight level 100, KLM 444.
Now,
Echo Charlie,
it's the same loc, so I'm gonna
fly
keep
heading
that there.
100 degrees.
All right. Final approach course 295.
114.
Since he's vectoring us.
Runway 740, expect late landing clearance, wind 010 degrees, 13 knots.
295. 33 for 300 is set. 295. Auto throttle is off. That's fine. Speed set 280. That's fine. I think we can. I mean, it's going to screw up the planning since everyone went to Hotel India Echo. We probably should have just stayed with that. Ooh, look at the sunrise. This was the mid-80s, so how was the CRM? Good? Just discipline, man. Discipline and the experience. I don't know. It's a diamond in the rough case at that day and age, but it was really needed. It was really needed.
KLM 444, lift Tango Foxtrot November, heading 110 degrees.
David Tango Foxtrot November, heading 110 degrees, KLM 444.
Vodka, are you down? Wind shear, wind, more wind shear and wind. Really?
1,000 level off.
1,000 level off, check. I'm just going to maintain 280 knots here when we level 2. There's the horn.
Echo Charlie 114, descend altitude 6,000 feet, QNH 102. Descend 6,000 feet, Echo Charlie 114. Remember 111, turn right heading 080 degrees, continue descent, flight level 120.
Right heading 080 and continue descent, flight level 120.
Golly, that looks incredible. All right, alt cell.
KLM 357, flight red Tango Foxtrot November, continue descent, flight level 170.
Continue descent, flight level 170, direct Tango Fox November, KLM 357. Confirm you said 17,000? Did he say 17,000? All right, now we're going to go back to radio INS. We're going to go waypoint change 03 again, insert, boom, and INS nav is back over there.
KLM 444, continue descent, altitude 6,000 feet, QNH 102.
Auto throttle's coming back on.
022, KLM 444.
Well, that doesn't make much sense, does it? IIS hold auto thrusts off. Power's coming back.
Speed 210, KLM 444.
AJ pod scraped? Nice. What is AJ flying? Oh, look at that. Screenshot. Screenshot.
Welcome to La Palma, stand of choice. Stand of choice, thank you, bye-bye,
TFN is 17.7. Should we just nav it old school? Let's see, I gotta put the loc back in. 17.7. No, that's checks out. 094, about 4 miles off. It's alright. I want to crack the speed brake a little bit, help us come down a little bit. Nah, no need to INS update now, man. We're so close in there.
Charlie 114, would you ascend visual approach to runway 30? Second for Echo Charlie 114. Charlie 114, would you ascend visual approach to runway 30? I think we
What I told you about the sunrise? Not bad, Gus. Not bad. Not bad. I'm on 2610. But he gave us direct Tenerife North right now, TFN.
Not really. If you could switch up to ILS.
Man, I'm still drinking the rest of my coffee. It's 7 o'clock. Not a good idea, chat. Let's put that away.
Clipper 111, turn right heading 160 degrees, descend altitude 6,000 feet, QNH 10.
Just don't focus on the sun for too long.
Right heading 160.
There it is.
Descend altitude 6,000, Clipper 111.
Dun, dun, dun.
4,000 feet, Echo Charlie
Look at
114.
that, Chad. We've got the balloons. We need the balloon song.
KLM 444, right heading 260 degrees, clear out of full approach, runway 30. Tesla's lowered, plane ahead of you, so speed 180 knots. Right 260, kill the ILS, runway 30, speed 160, kill 444.
Fuel 2319, close enough.
Speed 180, kill 444.
Once we go through 18, we'll turn them all on.
Charlie 114, I will need you to maintain high speed approach. Copy that, high speed approach, Echo Charlie 114. Clipper 111, speed 200 knots. Speed 200, Clipper 111. Charlie 114, right heading 280 degrees, clear out of full approach, runway 30.
Ali Sammy, thank you for the 3 Canadian, man. Appreciate you.
Right heading 280 degrees, clear ILS, runway 30, Echo Charlie 114.
Very, very kind. Thank you, man. All right, Charlie's still on the ATIS, right? 1857. Info Delta now. Info Delta's current. Wind. Visibility 10. I heard it click over 13. Where's the freaking wind? 30 at 13 still. No wind shear in the ATIS. 1,000 to level off check. Speed brakes are stowed. Yeah, they're stowed. All right, cool. Just checking my hardware position.
KLM 444, degrees, speed 160 knots, maintain altitude 4 miles. 160 to 4 miles, flying like KLM 444. Echo Charlie 114, speed 160 knots, grade 8 until 4 miles. 160 knots until 4 miles, final Echo Charlie 114. Clipper 111, count right heading 240.
Zippy just smashed it? Everyone's smashing it? All right, altitude. Oh. Altitude hold select. Let's come over here. Let's get the rest of our pumps on. That's all we got, chat. We did our best. Did our best. Pumps are on. And fuel heats needs to come off, I believe, right? I opened that valve on accident. I guess when you click, you have to click down on it to open that. Why the valve is open right now. Oh well. Alright, that's set. Lights, is he going to bug us for those? Radio INS will bug us for those. Standing by for the descent check. After the next descent instruction, we will run the checklist. Wind shear and the RMA went to 50, 40, 30 and scared the crap out of me. Oh, nice, Zippy. Everyone getting wind shear. Yeah, sure you are. Sure you are. Wind shear is just an excuse for those that smash it. Wind shear, wind shear.
This is LTC 5000 and right heading 310 for the 111. And if that's for the LTC 0 for the 111.
Flyby. Ooh. Slow-mo flyby. Didn't like my abuse of HR standards?
Yeah, we're 170, slowing 160 now. 118.7, the control 1 on front, bye-bye.
Oh yeah, 29902. Crisis averted. Nope. 3019, is it? What are you going to do with the 3019? Go down and get it. 3019, 3019. Nobody cares about the 777 200 fast track to 74. Agreed, man. Somebody get Randazzo on the horn. He stopped by. Maybe we need to do a PMDG stream. See if Randazzo will stop by the chat, and then we can just be like, hey, I know you're all excited about 777. How about we fast track the 74 status? If that was indeed the real Randazzo, which I think it was. I got to work for 3 legs, and you're still streaming? Loving long hauls. Hey, what's up, AFO? Long flight, dude. This is going to be our last stream for a while, though. I won't be on tomorrow. Off for 3 days on a little vacation. Thursday, Friday, I don't know what I'm doing. Saturday, something. I have something. Sunday, I work. Monday, Tuesday, I work. Like real airplane flying. So maybe the last stream for a little bit. I hope it just gives us a vector after this. 7 miles out, or 7 minutes out, 40 miles. I'd like to descend here at some point, a little bit more.
KLM 444, you are showing too low on approach. Would you like to do a go around?
KLM 444.
Your current altitude, you're going to crash into the terrain for reason.
KLM 444, you're below minimum vectoring altitude.
I'm showing on glide on my end, KLM 444.
KLM 444, right now you are showing 1,000 feet below terrain on my screen.
We'll give it a try, KLM 444. It's probably a senior ratio.
KLM 444, ready? In that case, contact tower 118.7, climbing, bye-bye.
Tower 187, KLM 444, thank you.
Okay, KLM 444.
111, descend 4,000 feet to intercept and turn to 5 degrees to your right.
This is 4,005 degrees to the right, Clipper 111.
Clipper 1028, leave Tango Foster November heading 110 degrees.
Zero, Tango Foster, keep protecting the 8.
Bueller? Wow. It's bright up here, Gus. Do I have a sunshade? I guess not.
Portugal 19 Air Canarias approach, good evening, radar contact, Ventayas to approach from 30, descent flight level 8.
Would need to get lower here. And approach KLM 357.
Right.
Can we get lower, please?
KLM 357, descent flight level 80.
Descent flight level 80, KLM 357, thank you. I don't know if he forgot about us.
1028, continue descent, altitude 6000 feet, KNH 10.
IS hold, power's coming back, auto thrust is coming off. We're going to speed brake it out here. I'm going to dial in 250.
Clipper 111, contact Tenerife Tower, frequency 118.7.
Fly by. Yes. That's Tenerife, right? That's the island of Tenerife. Airport should be down there somewhere. Oh, yes, chat. Here we go. I'm just joining in now. How's it going? Where are we? We are on our descent, final descent to Tenerife. How do you do a long haul with the SIVA? It's the only way, my friend. It's the only way. So much more satisfying for me to do SIVA long haul than a FMS long haul. Quite the view, reset jet. Yes, it is. Now, we do have a problem. After Tenerife North, I don't have anything in my flight plan. So, if he's expecting me to do this, it's going to have to be the 115 outbound. But he already left us higher in a van full of hippies, so this is going to be interesting. We're idle, full boards out here. That was you, Mr. Saturday? Alright, vertical speed. We got to shallow this out here. Slow down to 250. I have the thrust levers. Alright, we're going to have to get ready to INS nav this here. Be 115 on the heading. Is he really going to make me fly this? There's 10,000 feet, 250 knots. 115.
KLM 357, continue descent altitude 6,000 feet, KNH 10. Would you like
descend 6,000, and we'd like vectors for the ILS for KLM 357.
KLM 357, yeah, I'm going to vector you. I'm asking you if you would like short approach, about 7-8 miles, is that okay?
Unable short approach for KLM 357, sorry.
KLM 357, roger, I'll give you about 10 to 11 miles for you to establish. Don't try heading 110 degrees.
Right turn 110, that'll be perfect for KLM 357, thank you. All right, 8,000 feet out cell. We're going to 6,000 feet now, heading 110. We're getting vectored, so now we can get rid of all this nonsense. Back to 110.3. We got a lot to do. Back to 110.3. 110.3, final approach course 295. So spin this sucker all the way. What was the heading? 110. Final approach course 295. We got to spin you all the way back around. .295. Get our lights on. Auto throttle's coming back on. 250. Let's actually bring it back.
1,000 to level off.
Let's do that. 1,000 to level off. Checks. All right. Run it.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Seatbelts and no smoking signs. On.
Good evening.
Anti ice.
People,
Off.
338 is 25
Exterior
miles
lights.
from
Check.
El Hero,
Outer brakes.
flight level 240.
Low. Radio INS switches.
And then 338
Radio.
Canadian approach.
Flight director computer selectors. Check. Brake pressure. Check. Damn.
What was it? Spoilers. Oh, that's me.
What was that? Flight director 2, sorry.
338 flight director Tango, Foster November, expect to approach runway 30.
Flight director 2, Tango Project November.
Skip it. Oh, I want him to arm him.
People 338.
Altimeters. 1022. Set and cross check. Landing data, EPR, and airspeed bugs. Set and cross check.
Climbing to 6,000,
Shoulder
KLM
harness.
357. Son of a gunner. Altitude pre-select
Fuel
wasn't
panel.
set.
Check. Fuel heat. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Alright. There's Tenerife South, baby. I can't hear this guy's mic very well. I've got audio all the way up.
Protocol 19, fly heading 160, the please continue descent altitude 6,000 feet, QNH 10.
Alright, it's gonna mess my speed bugs, but I'm gonna do this. We'll go next list. That's the landing check. Perf calc. I'm gonna set the speed bugs. Alright, good, it didn't set them. I guess that's the 727, it resets your target. Alright, speed bugs are set. VREF is 140. Final approach course 295. 110.3 is all set. There's altitude cell. Altitude hold is on. A little bit early. 200 feet early. Gosh dang it. Come on. All right. He hasn't given me a speed, so I'm going to go ahead and start slowing down here. Because I have a feeling it's going to slam dunk us. Plus, we're the last one in, so. Flaps 5 is 200. Flaps 1, 220.
KLM 357, descent altitude 5,000 feet, speed 210 knots.
Speed 210, 5,000. KLM 357. 210, 5,000 is set. Pre-select is already armed. A little bit of speed brake here. That's why I don't like arming it early on that checklist. On the auto thrust, damn it.
Portugal 19, speed 220 knots or less. Second, please. Portugal 19, speed 220 knots or less. Speed 220 knots.
Flaps 1. I love it, those slats. They look so crazy. Final tower will be 18.7. Thank you, Gus.
Yeah, sorry, can you repeat? Delta 661. Delta 661, don't try heading 210.
Spoilers are armed. 18.7. There's leveling 5,000. We're 210. He wanted 220. We'll cheat 10 knots. It's 1980. That's fine. Everything looks good there. We'll bring up the last checklist items down. So flaps, ignition, altimeters, and anti-skid.
Flight level 6, 5. KLM 357, turn right heading 270 degrees, clear ILS to approach runway 30.
Right turn 270, cleared ILS approach runway 30 for KLM 357. You said 270? Yeah, that's a heck of a vector. All the way around.
And KLM 357, free speed.
Reducing speed, KLM 357. You say reduce speed? Having a hard time hearing this guy. Alright, coming back to 180. Flaps 5.
Flaps 5.
Whoa. What's that all about there, Bueller? Oh my gosh. Alright. Good night. I have control. Why is that? I'm all out of trim, dude.
Flaps 10.
I think that's the Brunner profile.
Portugal 19er, turn right heading 190 degrees.
Alright, I got the thrust levers. 12 mile final, 5,000-ish.
Portugal 19er, descent altitude 4,000 feet.
Here comes the slope.
Portugal 19er, speed
There's the slope capture. Need a flight engineer. Oh, I forget where the horn is.
338, descent flight level 150.
Down 150 for people 338.
145. Let's throw the gear because I don't know where the warning horn is. So I gotta throw the gear early.
KLM 357, contact Tenerife Tower, frequency 118.7, bye-bye.
118.7, goodbye for KLM 357. Have you seen?
Gears down, green light.
Tower, good evening. KLM 357 on the ILS runway 30.
KLM 357 Tenerife Tower, windshield report short final runway 30, break, wind 330 degrees, 15 knots, runway 30, clear to land.
Copy all, runway 30, clear to land for KLM 357. Alright, wind shear reported. That's always fun. Start configuring in here. Start slowing a little more. Yeah, we should have landed at nighttime, Gus. Starting to see the default terrain.
Flaps 20.
Should we add a few more knots? Let's go 147. All right.
Landing checklist. Gear.
Dang, it is a
Down
little
and
windy
check.
down here. Dang.
Down and check. Flaps. Flaps 30. Flaps 30. Ignition. Flight start. Anti-skid. Check. Altimeters.
102. Set and cross-checked. Landing checklist completed.
Remember to breathe.
Oh, I'm breathing. Trying to miss your airplane pieces that are on the runway down there.
1,000.
1,000 stable, clear to land. Touch high. My goodness, dude.
500.
Here comes, I think we're going to get a sink because we just flew through that head. Look at that.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
I'm anticipating a sink.
Pull up.
Yep, here it comes. We're stable.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Hold it. Golly. Come on, there she is.
Check reverse.
Man. What the heck is going on with that?
Auto brake off.
Manual brakes. Freaking wind. I have brakes, manual braking.
Out, off, reverse. Cross set. 60 knots.
That was not illegal. That was 100% legal.
Air Portugal 19er Tenerife Tower number 1 continue approach. Windshield reported 4 miles on final.
That's crazy though. We saw that big gain in performance, and then immediately we got that sink rate. It came through the backside of it. That's all right.
KLM 3571 vacated taxi to stand 25.
Taxi stand 25, KLM 357. Thank you. I need to get the body gear steering. You know what I think? I don't think I had the spoilers armed either.
Break Air Portugal 19er wind 330 degrees 15 knots runway 30 clear
Class 1.
That might be why we bounced too. But there's a massive slope in the runway. Look at that. Look at that slope in the runway. Oh my goodness.
After landing checklist.
Man.
Brake pressure. Check. Body gear steering. Arm. Auto brakes. Off. Ignition.
Hold on.
Off. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Radar and transponder.
Terminus tower,
Stand by.
the
Flaps.
666
Up.
661
Spoilers.
on
Down.
the establish ELS
Stabilizer
runway
trim.
30.
Damn.
Delta 661 Tenerife Tower number 2 continue approach windshield reported 4 miles on final runway 30.
Outflow valve.
Continue approach.
Open. Pressurization mode selector. Wait.
Tango 4 is close enough to stand 2-5. I guess so. Doesn't look like a heavy stand, but we'll make it work. We'll skip pressurization.
Aft cargo heat.
We'll skip that.
Off. APU.
Parking brake set.
Brakes are set. Whew. Should we shut her down? I mean, we should shut her down. right? I guess. Let's go ahead and start the APU real quick. Pressurization mode selector.
Delta 661, wind 330 degrees, 15 knots, runway 30.
That's cargo heat is coming off. There's a mode selector. These are pack controls.
Airport 119er, taxi to stand 9er.
Engines trip, that looks good. Kill you. Down to one pack. We'll turn the APU
KLM 404. Thank you very much for the ATCs. Have a good night.
Thank you very much for coming in. Welcome.
Oh, I forgot the lights. Shutting her down, baby. Love it. All right, they're spooling all the way down. Let's go ahead and kill the taxi light. I guess we're not going to do a full-blown shutdown because we would. We're going to do the replay. I'm curious though. Can I save this? How do I save this spot here? Force save. I want to do a new save. Shutdown state. Okay, so I'm going to leave that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to just go into replay mode. So, all right, let's try that. I got to see the replays. We can get out of here. Hey, thanks again for ATC, for KLM 357. We're signing off. See ya.
Welcome. Thank you for coming in. Goodbye.
Good night. All right, we'll disconnect. We'll throw up the replay cam. Yes, it works. All right, so I'm gonna. Dang, I don't know what I want to do because I wanted to like do a full shut everything off. Let's just go into replay. Let's see what happens here. Replay mode. All right. Can't wait to see the illegal bouncy. Oh, come on now. Send it back. Let's go back to here. Back to here. Go back here. I think, you know what's crazy? I don't think I rearmed the spoilers. And I think when we hit, they didn't pop up, so that caused some issues. Alright, so I need to get some, I need some power online. There we go, for all this.
Don't think.
Get the lights back on for replay. There's the wind shear. We definitely had a wind shear. Look at that! Look at that! Look at the freaking wind, man. Windsock straight out. Oh, come on. Oh, I didn't get the spoilers. See, the spoilers. See, if I deploy manually, they'll come out. That was pretty dang good, chat. Come on now. Hold on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. For like my third landing in a 30-knot crosswind with coming out of a wind shear in an upslope runway. Hold on. Maddie K, thank you so much for the $10 bank angle check, or $10 super chat, man. Came in late to the stream, just got home from my round trip to Norfolk. Nice. Tampa back, driving is dead to me. That's a long driving, dude. Got here just in time for landing. No more streams this weekend, man. This is going to wrap it up for a few days here. Now, that's a hell of a drive, dude. Hold it. Oh, come on. I rolled that one on. A little bit of a hop, but nothing crazy, Turk. Nothing crazy, Turk. So chew on that. Look at that, though. Bang on center line. My goodness me. You look at the flight handling of this. I mean, this is a 747 that's like 45 degrees cockeyed to the right because of the winds. we had a pretty good wind shear there too, because I noticed we were getting high, and then it was like sink rate. That was not bouncy. Get out of here, Turk. About to ban your ass. Drew Smith, thank you for the 10 gifted subs as well. I appreciate you. If you get a membership from Drew Smith, shout him out. Say thank you, man. Very, very kind. Felis says you can find the save files in the output/save. Thank you, Felis. Will do. Send it to you as well. You want me to check it? Send it to you? Okay, I will. Can I send you a DM or post it in your Discord or something? I'm in your Discord, so I will do that as well, Mr. Felis Leopard. Again, dude, thank you so much for your dedication to this product, because it is, I mean, it shows, man. This is a passion project. If I've ever flown one, man, it's just fantastic. Absolutely love it. Look at this touchdown from wing view. Is there a little bit of engine wobble there? Look at the slats retracting in. Bang on center line. Turk can be halfway in the dirt if you try to land in this. Let's do a runway flyover. And then we're going to sign off. Where's the G camera? Oh, should I turn the G camera on? Okay, I will. Hold on. One more runway view. Come on. Yeah, Zippy, you can ban him. Time him out, Zippy. Time him out for like a minute. Whatever the minimum timeout is. Since Zippy sacrificed hanging out with friends to fly with us. Look at that. Roll Batman on, but see, the spoilers weren't armed. That's what caused the airplane to want to gain lift. See, I can manually deploy the spoiler in replay. That's exactly why you get those spoilers out first if you're landing 727. That's the first thing you do is spoilers and then reverse, because you got to kill that lift. If you don't kill the lift, she's just going to want to get back up into the air. I think if I had those spoilers armed, that would have been even better. I don't even think we would have had a little bit of a hop. We didn't even really hop. We just kind of like, I mean, look where we touched down. Hold on. Is the runway that bumpy in real life? I mean, look, we landed at the crest of a hill there. So it like came right up. We touched down right at the crest of that hill. And then just kind of skipped off. See that? The left main almost stayed down. Spoilers also would auto-deploy with reverse. Oh, but maybe they don't do it in replay mode? Oh, no, they do it in replay mode. Look, see? With reversers out, then the spoilers come up, right? Yep. Very cool. Bounce, not hop. Get out of here. Ban Force Raptor, too. All right, let's turn on G camera you want to see, right? G-loaded camera, internal. All right, let's see. Let's see. I didn't bounce. I skipped. Exactly. I mean, that doesn't look very hard at all, if you ask me. What are you talking about? That looked pretty dang normal, Gus. That looked pretty normal to me, Mr. Gus. All right. That's it. I'm done. What is this, hopscotch? Let's do the full approach. Watch the, I mean, right? I mean, yeah. But the wind, the way the airplane handling in that wind is crazy. I did notice though, if you could get that, Mr. Felix, get that lockout for like the yoke movement we were talking about, because I think when there's extreme bank angles, like when we're trying to join the loke, and then the yoke is trying to do autopilot things, I think it kind of gets funky. So if that gets implemented in a future update, that would be fantastic. Other than that, though, flawless flight. Absolutely loved it. 7 hour and 7 minute stream. Does that mean there's a 707 next? 707 on the stream time, y'all. Wow. I'm signing out. Easter Sunday tomorrow. Vacation for the next 3 days. It probably won't be till late next week till we get to hang out again. So you guys have all been awesome. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the bank angle checks. Thank you for the super chats. Thanks for hitting that like button. I'm going to let you watch this last one in peace without me yapping in the background. All right. Y'all stay safe. Stay happy. Or finish. I'm so done. Stay safe. Stay healthy. I'm V1. See ya!